Coachella?
That's the wrong screen. Yes, Coachella
I don't
indeed.
remember how.
Call of
this-
Coachella. Oh my
yes.
god.
Oh my god.
Hello.
Everywhere.
Hello.
Stage
Family,
one.
friends, fans, and fellow adventurers, welcome back to Practical Heroes. It ain't our flagship campaign, Sands of Sildaris. We've taken a little break from that because Lindsay just did something real big last session with Ethan's help, and it'd be a bit mean to do that without Mayward. So instead of playing some Call of Cthulhu, which I've brought two seasoned Call of Cthulhu veterans with me, being, of course, Steph and Lawrence, who partook in the previous charity game where none of us knew what we were doing, and of course, still, none of us know what we're doing.
It's left my brain completely.
Yes,
I'll
however,
have you
this
know.
time, I do come armed with more books than I had last time. I actually have access to the rule books instead of just the starter set, because Humble Bundle happened in between now and then.
Thanks, Humble Bundle.
So yeah, there's some cool stuff, including the Keeper's screen that I would actually like to open now. They have a really handy Keeper's reference that's just like 20-page PDF that has a bunch of basic rules on it. What does this mean? What does that mean? And then like you carry on going down, and right near the end there's like a rule glossary, and it's like driving. Find it on this page in the Keeper's handbook, so you can just go straight to the page.
Well, that's convenient.
And you don't have to fuck around. It's super convenient. But yes, welcome. Call of Cthulhu. We're playing with tentacles today. Not in that way. That's what my camera is. We're doing a little one-shot that I wrote this time, as opposed to a Humble Bundle one-shot that I found last time. Well, not even. A free one from the starter set. So we'll see how it goes. Could be shit. Could be great. Could be meh. But with all of that, I guess vomited out of my mouth. We are playing The Blessed and the Petrified. My little one-shot scenario, hopefully a one-shot. We'll see.
It's also the
as you
name
can
of
see-
my autobiography.
Yes.
No, not the name of your sex tape. I thought we were going with different shit.
That's where I thought we were going. Yeah.
Also where I thought that was going, and I'm very happy it took a turn. And also that I wasn't the only one.
God, you guys are such perverts.
Only
So,
with my
as
friends.
you can see,
With
on
strangers,
screen,
can't stand it.
yes.
Also same.
We have some pre-generated characters that I made, some of which have little ties into the story, and all of which have little bits of background that I gave them. So I think what would be fun is if I read out our little intro that we have to get us into the world, and then we can go around and introduce each character and as much or as little of each background as you wish to
Shit,
divulge,
exactly.
mostly because that also gives you time to scroll through the PDF and find the background. So,
Thanks.
see, I'm so nice to you guys. Yes, right, here we go. Blessed and the Petrified. In the decaying corridors of the Blackwood Sanitarium, a secret festers beneath the floors. A miracle medicine, whispered to cure all ailments, is circulating among Arkham's desperate. Its users report renewed vitality until their flesh hardens into stone and their minds shatter into madness. A grieving widower has hired these investigators in desperation. His wife, dosed with this elixir, has transformed into something inhuman. As you unravel the mystery, let's see what we will find out about the ones spreading this medicine, the disease they are causing, excuse me, and the fate that awaits beneath the Blackwood Sanatorium and the whispers of the Blessed One. So, Who are we picking on first?
Not me.
Those guys.
Susie.
All right. I am playing Father Jonathan Cross. Just not my stage name. It was just always who I was meant to be, apparently. I am a priest by trade. I also dabble in a little light carpentry, following in the footsteps of our Lord and Savior.
Yeah.
I am struggling with my faith, though. I have to wonder about God's presence in this world and his effect on it after having witnessed so much evil, both among humanity and in situations that I can't quite explain. I feel guilty for my lack of faith, and so I am seeking redemption in the eyes of the Lord by trying to confront as much of this unexplainable evil as I can. And I've been studying a lot about other religions and cults and other things, trying to find the root of whatever is happening in the world that can't be explained. And that's me.
Cool.
Nose
We're gonna
goes.
go. I was gonna say we'll go clockwise from there.
Okay,
which
who's next?
Then puts us at Lawrence, Dr. Harold
great.
Wentworth.
Yes. Howdy, folks. Yes, Dr. Harold Wentworth, if you don't mind. Make sure you remember the doctor. No, Dr. Wentworth is a professor of medicine, a medicine man, you might even say, but has been through the system and has gotten all of his appropriate titles. He spent decades teaching at Miskatonic. We all know what that is. Specializing in rare
The
diseases.
Miskatonic University.
Absolutely. Yep. That's. I'm going to write a little U there. There we are. Specializing in rare diseases such as, those that we are about to hopefully encounter. Whispers of immortality cures have brought him to Arkham, the deep, dark underbelly. But he's a man of science, a man of logic and reason. He doesn't believe in them, though. There is perhaps something quite close to his heart that is an extra pull to this strange rumor that brought him here, and we shall see what he can do about that, if at all. Spoopy.
And Miriam Leclerc.
Hi. Give me like 1 second. I have to tell Jay what I want to eat
She's
for
just
breakfast.
that deep in character.
Hi. One second. I want a regular chicken biscuit with a half sweet. So sorry. Of course, Jay would message me right when it was my turn.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Right. So I am playing Miriam Leclerc, a woman of high society. Fascinated with archaeology, just choosing to dabble a little bit in foreign lore, very into that, funding that with her fortune, her family's fortune. She's very close to her uncle, who mysteriously disappeared while exploring some strange islands in the South Pacific. And now she's on the mission to figure out if she can find him again and where that would lead her. She's also a little bit of a thrill seeker, a little bit. So she's kind of got a bit of a reputation for that. And she's very rich. She's so rich. I'm so rich.
Excellent.
I'm living the fantasy, okay? Let me Let me have
Absolutely.
this.
This is what these games are for.
Right? Who wants to make fucking games like real life? Okay, I have a whole... On a break, we will
Says
discuss.
Steph playing Mira.
Mirror Lab. Mirror Lab is...
And of course, last but not least, Roy Callahan.
Woo!
Yes. My character is Detective Roy Callahan, suspended detective of Arkham Police Department. Callahan was suspended after investigating a series of bizarre disappearances that the department wanted buried. He now works as a private consultant, seeking a real answer. He thinks this case might clear his name, or kill him trying.
Dun dun dun!
Hell yeah.
That's a...
He stands about 6
So-
feet. Frames suggest he might box.
Oh, he's a boxer.
Hmm.
Oh.
Maybe back in the day.
Back in the 1910s.
That day.
Little bit.
I did also, as well, specifically on this character sheet, have to make sure where it says occupation, it does say Arkham PD and in brackets, suspended.
Yeah.
Just to really drive that in. But yes, Arkham, Massachusetts, autumn 1928. The days
Great year.
grow short, the nights colder. Crimson leaves swirl through the narrow alleys of French Hill, gathering in the gutters like old secrets, feeling familiar to many of you. The air smells of wet stone and chimney smoke, but something else too, something faint and metallic, almost like long-dried blood. People have been whispering about the sick, suddenly recovered, the old man down the block who seemed spry as a youth until he collapsed, skin mottled, eyes clouded white. About the medicine no one's heard of, being passed hand to hand with no label, no source, no price, just a promise. And now, you've been summoned. Whether by desperation, duty, or simply coin, you've all been drawn into something festering beneath Arkham's skin. A well-dressed man with hollow eyes and trembling hands wants answers. His wife changed. Twisted by a so-called cure, he wants you to find its origin, to undo what's been done. But in Arkham, nothing that is buried stays buried. And some cures are worse than the disease. So, you have all been summoned in various ways by a person whose name I have immediately lost. Here we go, Dr. August Keene. So, what would everyone think their connection to Dr. Keene might be, and where are we all gathering?
What kind of doctor is he?
A doctor with a PhD, of course. A doctor of medicine.
Okay. Well, I think it's possible that I might be someone who, if he's a doctor of medicine, maybe he's rich, and I know him like that. Like maybe he was my doctor.
Okay.
That seems. Yeah. And that because of that, I have had conversations with him over many a year. Maybe he's like my pediatrician or something. I don't know if that was a thing in the 1910s. I don't know if people cared about kids back then, except for sending them to the factory. Not me though. I was rich. Anyway, so he was like my childhood doctor, and so we've spent many a time. He knew my uncle.
Okay. What about everyone else?
I'm sure there's some sort of colleague relationship. I'm sure that we must have crossed paths, being in such higher echelons of academia. I'm sure that the good Dr. Keene is well known to me, I'm sure. Or is he?
Dr. Keen's like, who the fuck is this guy?
That is
His
even
arch
happening.
rival.
Why is his PhD written on the back of a Chinese takeout menu?
Succulent Chinese meal. Sorry. So sorry. I'm so sorry. I apologize.
What is the crime?
Getting my PhD from a Chinese restaurant.
Sharing this unknown miracle health tonic that seems to just be slowly changing people. Oh, that's such a crime.
It's a delicious miracle health tonic.
The bones. Comes in 3 flavors.
Yes. One of which, for some reason, is cola. But like 1928
excellent.
cola, so it's just a bottle of
cocaine!
cocaine and morphine.
Ah, the good old days.
And morphine.
Cool. What about the detective? What's his tie in all this? Has he heard rumors and come to investigate, been contacted directly?
So, I feel like this doctor's name has probably come up a couple of times, like in his investigation into the disappearances and these so-called miracle medicines.
Oh, do you think you're like investigating him because you feel like he's? I mean, he gave his wife had something and she's turned it into something weird. So sorry, I should not interrupt your time.
Well, no. No, I mean, I just feel like perhaps that's probably come up as like a probably matches the MO of what I've been looking into.
Okay.
I don't feel like he's my main suspect, but
Yeah, so it's just come up under investigation, a name has popped up, and Detective Callahan is here to have a little nose around.
Mhm.
And of course, the good father.
Yeah, it's a similar thing. So, while I'm not officially associated with the church anymore, I still have people that come to me that maybe the church has turned away or isn't exactly completely welcoming because of the kinds of talk or lifestyles or things they're trying to bring to the church's attention that makes the rest of the clergy very uncomfortable. So they come to me because I am more than willing to listen. I am trying to figure all of these unknowable things out. And it's sort of becoming an obsession of mine. So it's brought me here, the poor, the disillusioned, the forgotten. I listen to them and their concerns and the things that have been happening. This is one of many stops that it's led me on today to check into things.
Excellent. Well, the rain starts as a mist and gathers into a steady patter as you all arrive at the residence. A tall, tired-looking home just outside of downtown Arkham. You can see there are gas lamps that kind of flicker against the wet windows, and the iron fence groans slightly as you push through. A maid with anxious eyes leads you in without a word. The house smells faintly of antiseptic and something sourer beneath it. And you can see the doctor waits in his study, his face lined with exhaustion. He doesn't rise when you enter, he just gestures to the chairs across from his cluttered desk. You can see a bottle of untouched brandy sweating in the lamplight. "Thank you for coming," he says. "I don't know what you've heard or what you believe, but something unnatural is happening in this town, and I fear it's my fault."
Oh.
Your
The
fault.
music is so wild. Yeah, how, Doctor, how could it be your fault? Like, what did you do? Did you do something? I need to change your voice.
Yeah.
Voice. I'm sorry. I'm trying to figure it out.
I would say something we can potentially do if you guys want is you can attempt like a psychology roll or something just before any of the kind of interaction starts. See if you can kind of get a baseline read on him.
Yeah.
I'm realizing now we've got the shard rolls visible, but that
We're not
means
roll.
nothing, I guess, unless people jump onto shard and roll the percentiles.
Oh.
But then Lawrence isn't on shard.
I already got my real
God damn
dice
it, Lawrence.
out.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
I can't put these away.
I got my bone
Process.
dice.
This is all
I've got
Lawrence's
these-
fault for choosing
I've got
to
these pink
play a
ones.
super edgy paladin that just interrupts everyone all the time.
Shut up. What die do we need to roll? What?
So for
Kanye
Call of
West of
Cthulhu,
Paladins.
it is percentiles, the D100s.
Oh god. Okay,
so you'll
that's-
see lovely high numbers on your character sheets for
Yes.
some things, and not for others, because
So
what you're
okay.
trying to do is roll a number between 1 and 100, which is lower than the number on your character sheet. We are
Right.
playing with the optional luck rule, so you will see at the top of your character sheet you have a starting and current luck score. They should all be editable PDFs, so you should still be able to type on them and everything. But what you
nice.
can do is spend luck points, basically, to influence a roll. So, say, for
Okay.
example, I happen to tell you that this first aid check is... Actually, no. You know, because it's on your character sheet. Ignore me. So if you know, for example, you need a 50 on your first aid check, and you've rolled 55, you can spend 5 luck points to reduce it down to a 50 and pass the check. You will also see there is regular, half, and fifth numbers on those sheets. Those are effectively Call of Cthulhu's versions of crits. So if you roll the regular, you pass. If you roll the half, you pass well. And if you roll the fifth, great success.
Great success.
That's basically like the crit.
Okay.
Is rolling a fifth. I kind of see it as like success, and
Great success.
success plus.
Okay.
Success no
so-
ads premium ultra HD 4K.
Oh, wow.
So I have these
DLC.
really cool dice, lab dice from Chessex that I got at DragonCon.
Amazing.
They're called Nebula. Oh, you're gonna have some what?
Cookie.
Oh, I heard Cokie, and I was like, cocaine?
We are all doing cocaine today.
They look like the. Oh my gosh, it doesn't want to.
Lovely
Anyway, they're
invisible
very pretty.
dice.
Yeah, I have my marble with like a little gold inlay a little bit.
Look at.
It's
and
like
then
Showing
bony,
dice. These are
so
mine today.
I'm
Minor.
jumping out the rest of my dice to see if
so
I.
I rolled a 24. My psychology
Excellent.
is 40.
Perfect. So you
Oh,
have
that's-
passed.
All right, I
So
also
not-
passed.
Excellent.
Oh,
Not
sorry,
everyone
I'm
is
supposed to-
necessarily able to do things well. If you have a tick, it's basically like proficiency.
Yes.
Ow.
This is a
And-
thing I am good at. Very good.
Yes, certain
Oh,
skills
sorry.
are obviously linked to people's professions a lot of the time. So the detective and the father, quite good at psychoanalyzing people.
Sorry, I have to
The
pull out
heiress,
some dice.
quite good at talking to people.
Hi.
The doctor, good at stabbing people with medical supplies.
And knowing the right place to
Just-
stab 'em.
Knowing the right medical supplies, yes.
Right? It's just.
It's all well and good giving you an antihistamine, but not if you're choking to death.
I'd love an antihistamine. They're great. As
They
somebody
are.
with okay. Anyway, I need a roll.
There is a
and
surprising
subs-
number of you with handgun.
I
skill.
have handgun. A skill. That nobody
Yeah.
knows I have an actual.
Yeah, we say
handgun.
strap.
Stay strapped.
I mean, the
or get
detective makes
clapped.
sense, obviously, but
I
there's a
gotta roll
surprising number of
these purple
non-detective people who are surprisingly proficient with a handgun in this game.
The European
What
mind
is-
cannot comprehend it.
We
Okay, I
truly
gotta-
cannot.
I got a
I wasn't
40.
going to say a word.
I got a. Whoa, I'm not focused. I got a 46. Okay, Mitch, what am I looking for on my sheet?
Psychology, that is... Yours is a 10.
Mine's. Yeah, I
Just
got a
the base
46.
So you do
So
not
does that
pass.
mean Oh, I don't pass.
You need to roll below
What
10,
it-
basically.
I'll take
on
a
a
stab using average.
percentile? On a
Ah,
Yeah,
I
because
forget Avray exists.
my dice are in a box somewhere. Yeah,
For shame.
that's it.
For shame.
Xanathar judges me very harshly. I rolled a 37 on my psychology as Dr. Wentworth is violently making notes about all the
Yes.
professional things that he would be noting down about this doctor.
Absolutely. 37 is enough to
Charlatan is a
pass
quack.
regular for you. With your
Yo.
55.
Heck yeah.
It's just the heiress who doesn't really give a shit about other people. I kid.
Tracks, honestly, no.
But yes, so those of you who passed your psychology checks, you would be able to tell very clearly he is quite clearly a haunted man. He's not mad yet, but very clearly a haunted individual. There does seem to be something he is potentially hiding, but we will see what that is as you potentially question him, as he, it's my wife. She is dying of an illness that I could not diagnose, and various colleagues of ours also could not diagnose.
And that, of course, is why I'm here. Dr. Howard Wentworth, good to see you again. Yes, well, what the
And
main
yourself.
symptoms that yes, indeed, yes, the main symptoms that I'm sure are being displayed. Would you care to list them?
Prior to the treatment, there was bleeding from the mouth and nose, a wheezing cough.
Oh, wheezing cough. Mm-hmm. Right.
She would wake in the middle of the night with a fever. Nothing could cool her. She couldn't eat. She couldn't sleep.
Definitely sounds like a case of an illness to me, for sure. Mm-hmm.
I think it was COVID. Not again! The miracle cure is just the vaccine!
Jesus Christ.
But yes, I, as he has already mentioned, contacted several of my friends in and out of the university. Dr. Wentworth more recently, but others with signs of her original ailment. And then, as I grew more desperate, someone in a more secretive circle, as I understand it, offered me a treatment, a serum, said to cure anything.
Sounds almost too good to be true.
That is what I thought. It was at one of our gatherings, and he kind of gestures towards Miriam. There were others there who approached me saying they'd heard of my struggles, of my wife, Eleanor, struggling.
Yes, Her struggles, Eleanor's strugglings,
Yes. Quite.
the struggles of Eleanor.
I think at this point it would be fair to say that Dr. Wentworth would sort of stop his note making and his sort of curious, quizzitive glances at Dr. Keene, and there's a sadness that passes over his face there for a good sort of 10-20 seconds. A little bit of color drains out of his face as it's sort of like, I see. He sort of puts his notebook away and sort of puts it in his pocket and stares off into the half distance for a little bit.
What was the cure supposed to do? I mean, besides cure her of her ailment, like.
Well, I'm sure you've heard the rumors that men in their 80s suddenly spry as a 25-year-old. People with terminal illnesses no longer terminal, suddenly cured.
Right. And so you were hoping for this spryness, this cure to her illness, her
Mostly
mysterious illness.
she's quite substantially younger than me.
Well, she's ill. Oh, well, okay. Awesome. So great.
Wow.
Fantastic. Reaper.
You must be very rich.
You must be
I
very
am. Have you
rich.
seen my house?
Yeah, it's really sad.
Just like its owners.
Man, how can you be sad during the Roaring 20s?
Man, how can you be sad when your best friend?
How indeed.
Nothing bad was happening at all during this time period.
Nothing at all. Okay. Well, the father is going to step up, and he's a very slight man. I feel like this is important to know. He's maybe 5'5". If Milo from Atlantis was a real person in his 40s with thinning hair and also a priest, that's this guy. He's holding like this old heavy Bible, and there's like little tabs of paper sticking out all over it, and he's kind of flipping through to see. I mean, there's different illnesses that pop up throughout the Bible to see if anything kind of like checks all the boxes, but this sounds pretty varied in symptoms. It could be a lot of different things. So he wants to delve a little past medicine. If I may, sir, good doctor, when did these symptoms come upon your wife? How long ago? And what sort of activities? And had you been traveling or anything prior to her coming down with this plague of symptoms?
The disease itself seemed to set in suddenly. And you can see he's like kind of racking his brain trying to think, but he is weary. And it is like a struggle to kind of think back and pull information through very clearly like overtired, just super clouded brain.
Get this man a Coca-Cola.
I've
Dr.
already
Everything.
taken copious amounts of cocaine.
Doctor, have you had your daily cigarette yet?
I am crashing hard.
I'm crashing out, man.
And by daily, I mean your daily pack.
What a fine
Believe-
doctor recommend.
She started to complain of the calf when we returned from brief travels. We were visiting other universities around South America.
I'm sorry,
You know,
Mitch.
one of the many various states in South America.
My earbuds cut out right when you said we were visiting, and then it was silent, and it just now kicked back in.
They were visiting
switch.
kind of various universities around South America.
But South
Any
America,
number
do
of
you mean,
locations within which I absolutely know all the names of.
By
Right.
South America, do you mean like the continent, like the southern continent of America, or
Yes.
like southern? Okay, southern United States.
Whatever they would have
As you said.
referred to as South America in 1920s.
No.
So like
South
Mexico,
America,
Peru.
the continent. The continent.
So like Mexico,
Continent.
Peru, Argentina, like
Yeah.
or
Uh-huh.
okay.
Yes, Montevideo University.
not Atlanta.
Okay.
We were in Atlanta.
Go dogs.
Go dogs! Honestly,
I mean,
Florence.
She contracted
Alright.
some sort of disease in Atlanta.
Oh well, there's no curing that.
Florence
Not even
died.
no miracles.
what was that town close to Atlanta where like everybody had like the clap?
Oh, I know where
Atlanta?
it is. It's where Georgia Southern is. No.
It's like
I know where-
Conyers or something.
No, it's not Conyers.
I'm trying to remember.
Oh, I know where it is. It's Georgia Southern. Is the Statesboro.
Yeah, like the
I
whole
know.
town.
The whole town. The whole town. I'm
Damn.
not even joking.
Yeah.
Also, I need to know how Lawrence knows about Go Dogs.
Internet.
There is a story there, Steph, and it's for much later on.
All right.
Lawrence knows everything. Just accept it.
I need to know because my husband was born January 1st, 1981, doxing Jay, when he almost got named Herschel after Herschel Walker because that's when the dogs won the national championship. So, of course,
Look
right?
at that dog in
As
him.
somebody who knows Go Dogs.
And what was the nature of your visits to these universities? Was it just to touch base with other
Business
Academics.
and pleasure.
um
Touching base, visiting other locations around, but we were staying at the universities.
I love a good trip to South
did
America.
you come into contact with any unusual animals? Did you
She
go
ate a
to-
bat.
Oh well, so I will go get some holy water.
It's
and we
COVID,
will
I
get
told
the
you.
demons right out of her. No, I'm gonna stop saying I see.
We didn't come into contact with any strange animals that I'm aware of. I mean, we weren't beholden to each other throughout the entire trip. We had our own interests and pursuits. I'm a man of antibiotics, and she is more in the study of pathogens.
All right, so she could have.
excreted.
She could.
Oh, that brand new drug that has only just been discovered.
Oh yeah, this
Penicillin.
that brand
Just
new thing
By this guy.
this
by
year,
Alexander
in fact.
Fleming this year. Wow.
Wow,
Yes, no,
amazing.
it won't catch on. No, it's a load of hype. No.
It's,
No, yeah.
it's stupid.
And the
So much.
the medicine that you procured based upon
Yes.
the rumors and supposed miracles that have been happening. How did you acquire this miraculous potion?
Like I said, word had been spreading of
Yes.
Eleanor's illness. I had been researching, word of my research spread. I reached out
To-
to colleagues of mine at other universities. They presumably reached out to theirs, and as I had been doing for some time while she had fallen ill, I continued to attend the gatherings, the balls, the research gatherings, and it was at one of the gatherings that I believe Miss Leclerc would be familiar with that I was approached by people who had heard of our
I
plight.
meant the gentleman there. His name was Alexander Fleming. He gave her some penicillin.
Fleming is a liar and a thief and a fool.
Sorry, it just kind of sounds like the miracle drug that would be the thing that would cure them. Can you fucking believe it? This fungus?
So the potion you acquired were through people you already knew? Do you have a contact still with them? Do you have any of it remaining that we could look at?
Not people that I knew. They had heard of my research and my struggles,
Okay.
and
So
they
did you
sought
get their
me out.
name?
So
Yeah, I've met them since I was there. Oh, I'm so sorry, Father. Please continue.
no, that's all right. You go ahead.
No, please.
Gonna take some notes for a minute.
Okay.
No, Father, I'm so sorry.
Forgive me, Father, for I have sinned.
I am sinned. The sin is interrupting and being a rude asshole. Did I ever meet them? Did I know who they are?
I don't
Did you-
know. I don't know if you would have met any of them. I certainly didn't
Well, sure.
recognize any of them myself. They were new to me.
And their names were.
You see, he kind of like sinks deeper into the chair, kind of
No.
puts his arm up on the desk and places his head in his hand. I never asked who the supplier was.
You took a strange medicine from a strange man that you'd never met, and you didn't ask their name.
I was desperate, and I still am. And I regret it bitterly.
I do fear that is a mistake.
The treatment, make no mistake, did work. For a time, she began to improve. And then she began to change.
I don't
How
have a
did she
feeling that this
change?
isn't just like this ain't like when we say change, why do I have a feeling this ain't like she that's my train of thought, sorry.
Did she grow distant?
Damn it,
or
detective,
was there
have your
something
cigarette.
deeper?
Yes. This doesn't sound like a mood shift to me.
It began
It
with
was-
a mood shift.
Then,
Then-
judging by the fact you said that you still are desperate, I'm assuming it's gotten worse.
It certainly began with a mood shift. She began to improve. She began healing. And then she grew irritable. Her eyes began to cloud over. Her limbs became rigid. And then malformed. Can everyone please give me, we'll call it a spot hidden check, maybe. I don't believe there's just like a general perception check. So we'll go for spot hidden.
17. Spot hidden.
Nope.
So my spot hidden is a 25 and I rolled a 17.
Mine's a 25 and I got a 41, so I don't see shit.
Dr. Wentworth?
It failed with a 66.
Oh,
Order 66.
and
Sorry. What am I
Father
doing?
Cross.
I was
spot
getting a
hidden
message.
That's
Spot
okay.
hidden. Where are you, Spot
That's
hidden?
really
There you are.
upsetting with Dr. Wentworth having a 55 instead of the standard
Yes.
25.
I got a real good.
A real
The
good.
middle column.
How good?
A real good.
Ooh.
Well, my real good half is 35, and I rolled a 24.
Hell yes. So, those of you who just passed, you can see the other hand that he's not kind of resting his head in. He is fiddling with something on his shirt, almost like he might be nervously playing with the button on his shirt. However, Father Cross.
Dr.
So
Father.
I'm looking at Dr. Wentworth's sheet at the moment.
You can
but
call me Dr. Father for the rest of the
Dr.
episode,
Father.
please.
You would notice with your good success, there is like a piece of cord around his neck, and you can see just like the edge of something metallic that the cord is attached to, and that's what he's playing with. Just kind of like nervously rolling it through his fingers.
So a metallic cord, you said? So
So everyone else just sees like a bit of string, basically.
Okay. Then is there like any like, I mean, this is the 1920s, and this is like a study or something. So I'm going to walk
Yes.
over to the obviously there bar that is just
Oh,
yeah.
chock
There's
full
like
of
a
liquors.
single bottle of brandy missing that's on the desk next to him.
Oh, well, then I
but
won't
there
even
is
do
a
that.
bar.
Well, I'll just walk over to his brandy, and I'm just gonna.
Okay.
Well, first I'll go to the bar. I'll get an extra glass, so that it's not
Natural.
weird. And then I'm gonna. Is there a chair, like another chair beside him? Patty
Either
corner
that
to
or you
him.
can just pull up one of the ones that are already out. There were chairs kind of laid out for everyone. You can just pull it over quite easily.
Yeah.
They're not like
Then-
super heavy backed chairs. His is, but everyone else's is just like lightweight chairs that can be moved around depending on how many people are visiting him in his study.
Okay. Then you can all watch as Dr. Father very awkwardly goes and gets a cup, it's glass, and then sets it on the little table beside the man, and then goes and gets a chair and then drags it over and then sits down, and then it pours some of the brandy after looking to the guy with like the look that men give each other, like, do you mind? And he'll get like a nod because of course, and he'll pour himself some. He's gonna pour the old man some, and then he's gonna like do some sort of little blessing type, like they do. I don't know Latin or
you know, a little Father Son,
Catholicism.
little goat.
Yeah,
Father Son, Holy
blessed,
Ghost, you know.
blessed are
Says
the
something in Latin. Cthulhu walks past the window. No big deal.
yeah.
It tracks.
Blessed are
minds
the
of men
Holy
snap
Ghosts that
outside.
fill our hearts. And
No, I have one.
then just encourage the old man to try to, get a little drunker, get a little sleepier. Is the goal here.
Okay.
And offer to
Go
just
to
like
sleep.
quietly pray for his wife while everyone has to stand awkwardly around, because that's what I know about religion.
I feel
Yeah.
like when Dr. Father pulls over the chair, it's like that we're all just standing there and it's just like this real like log squeaking on the
Like Men in Black, he's dragging a table.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Um,
and the whole
absolutely.
process
You can
takes too long.
100% make
long.
a persuade check.
All right.
And I believe it's not technically called advantage, but there is like you can roll twice and take higher or lower. So I will say you have advantage for the ease of reference.
Oh, sir.
Oh no.
My what is this? My fifth is a 14. I got a
Yes.
9.
Ooh.
A 9.
Ooh.
Golf claps all round.
Oh,
Round of applause.
we didn't even need to be here. This got it
Um,
covered. He's got
you
this
watch
covered. We're just
Okay,
here.
just-
As
Okay.
Dr. Keane, Dr. Keane was his wife. Nearly said Dr. Wentworth as well. That's also not his name.
That's his other wife.
Too many doctors.
That's his other wife. Oh no, he is still
Only
Dr.
other way
Keane.
to make it
Apologies.
location.
Dr. August Keane is the man in front of you, yes. They are both Keanes. I thought she'd kept her
And they're
name.
both
I was just
doctors.
misremembering.
Wow.
Yes. You watch as Dr. Keane very shakily kind of reaches over, picks up the glass of brandy, takes a very long, drawn-out sip. It's almost like the brandy has very clearly been there, like, all day so far, and that's been there waiting for him to take the sip, and he just hasn't had the energy to bring himself to do it. And this is just like the calming presence in front of him, the prayer, the helpful hand has just given him that little push he needed to just have a drink, calm himself down a bit.
Lindsay, I had the perfect Latin phrase and I put it in the mid-session chat for you, so
Okay.
I feel like it's exactly what you said.
Is it E pluribus anus? He has eaten our dogs.
No.
I see.
Hold on.
It's from the famous the Wiener Circle. Hey, I'll be right back.
Who made it? Who made it?
But yes, he takes a long, drawn-out sip of brandy and just nods at you. But you can see he's still very clearly, like, fiddling around with whatever it is that's on the cord.
Well, now that I'm closer and he's drunker, is it getting any easier to see what that is?
I'll say you can make another spot hidden. Damn, you've got a 70? Fuck.
All right, I got a 28, which is under my half.
Another half, yeah. So, now that you're
like
close
these
enough,
dice.
you can see the top of it seems to be like the shape of like the handle of a key. So it seems to be like a key on a cord
And does
that
that
he is nervously fidgeting with.
due to my interest in all things occult that I have come across, can I do an occult roll to see if just that bit is
Sure.
ringing any bells? Maybe not identifies
Go
what it
for it.
is, but you know. That's a 29, which is under my 45. So just a regular old success.
It's actually the key to unlocking the split in the material plane in the Sands of Sildaris
Right.
game, so that's now done for us.
Okay.
Yeah, no,
so Rip pops
nothing-
out of a
Yes.
thing, grabs it, runs, got ya. Okay.
That's actually the big old one in this game. Is
Oh,
just
this
Rip.
weird. Okay.
This is Rip's backstory.
Okay.
That's what we're doing.
Okay.
That's this one. I should have done that. Fuck. That would have been so funny.
Next time.
But yeah, no, nothing seems to match in terms of the occult. You've probably come across like that sort of thing, and so you're looking for symbols or anything like that. This just
Yeah.
looks to be like the key to like a bedroom or something in the house, maybe.
Okay, so it is just
Just
cool.
a regular
well, that's
key
good.
on a piece of
That's
string.
good. But you know, the doctor is all paranoid and shit. So his first
And then a
thought-
beholder drops from the ceiling.
the doctor father
Yes.
doctor.
Dr. Father Doctor.
Doctor-
Yes.
Well, maybe we should do father doctor so he doesn't get confused with
Yes.
Dr. Wentworth. So father doctor.
Well, that's Dr. Daddy.
I'm not doing that. You would have to pay me money, and you don't have enough.
Personally, I feel cheated. Lawrence did originally say he was going to play the nurse and dress up in a nurse's outfit.
That would require a regular $9.99 a month subscription, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Imagine setting
So-
up an OnlyFans and it's just you playing Call of
Would
Cthulhu,
it-
but in different costumes.
Amazing.
Would it be possible for me to go and offer your wife some prayers? The good, our Heavenly Father has been known to bring blessings and miracles to those in their most dire times of needs, such as, and he'll flip through his Bible and he'll quote some situation that happened in the Bible with, like, I don't know, probably somebody named like David or Jeff or Gary. I don't know. You know, the
Prophet
biblical
Jeff.
story of Jeff and
According to Jeff.
that time he got the
Book of Jeff.
cold. And that's why all men, just from now on, they can't handle colds
Yep.
because of Jeff.
Yeah, that's one of those lost books, right? That they
Yeah,
like found
the
in the
Book of Jeff.
desert. Yeah, the book of
Yeah.
Jeff.
I can't get in trouble if I don't quote real stuff.
The Bible
I guess
Desert
that's
Sessions, I
true.
believe they call it.
Bible Desert Sessions.
Um,
Good lord.
yeah.
It's like a really obscure EP they released.
Yeah, he kind of takes a second. You see he takes another sip of the brandy, swallows very slowly, almost like a pained swallow, and he Eleanor is upstairs in the guest bedroom. You could perhaps offer a prayer through the door. She, in her current state, does not particularly like guests.
Hmm.
Dr. Keen, might she be willing to see me? Given how
Flips through notes.
she was once one of my finest students. It would mean a lot, but I would understand if she is not in a state to receive guests.
He kind of just like runs a shaky hand through his hair. She is no longer herself. I fear she would not even recognize you. She is locked away for her safety and our own. And you can see he starts kind of fidgeting again with the key.
Would you?
And it's a lot clearer to everyone now. You can kind of see like a little bit of the key poking out as he's fidgeting. It's a lot more absent-minded instead of trying to keep it hidden. A bit of the secret's out. He doesn't have to hide it as much.
It sounds more and more as we discuss this like this could perhaps this potion that she took left her vulnerable in a state that another force could have chosen to inhabit her body. Do you feel like enough of her has changed that perhaps we should call on more dedicated priests to assess for some sort of possession situation? I'm not qualified for that specifically. That's a whole separate branch.
I believe she has changed, and I don't believe she is that far gone. I do believe before we revert to such methods, if you can find the source of this serum, you could potentially find a way to reverse the effects. Or at the very least, stop it falling into other people's hands and allowing them to suffer the same fate. That is part of the reason why I called upon Dr. Wentworth.
Hello there.
To reverse engineer a cure, as it were, if that is even possible. I have heard others are using it, and many have already died.
Hey, Mitch.
Well, Oh, go ahead.
Sorry.
No,
Yes.
go ahead.
Are the people who are taking this potion, is it all mostly been like that we know of, affluent people, or have less fortunate people come to
It's a real
Father
mix.
Doctor? Okay.
The Father Doctor would definitely have had a lot of people kind of coming and being like, I don't know what's happening to me. There's this change coming over me. I feel different. People that might have
Okay.
just even been out on the streets, for example, and down on their luck and probably carrying multiple diseases because they haven't been able to keep themselves clean and fed properly, and someone has come along and offered a miracle cure that will get them raring to go back up on their feet and ready to work in the factories.
Yeah.
And it's, of course, backfired.
Right. Okay, cool. I just didn't want to make any
So
big
you'd have
assumptions
that
there.
level of
Okay.
exposure, I would imagine.
All right.
And that would be people that kind of like not necessarily already changed, I would say. There might be some that you've come across where, like, you've seen they're, like, going a bit blind. But for the most part, it would be people like, I can feel something weird, I feel like I'm changing, I'm not feeling right, I'm getting stiff, I'm going blind.
Okay, cool.
And
I mean,
it's
not cool
just
for
the
them,
Viagra.
but okay.
It's either too much cocaine or not enough cocaine.
Man,
That's the issue.
wait until soap is mass produced. It's going to change these people's lives.
But they have their monthly shower.
Oh,
People are showering more than that.
No, I know.
For sure.
Maybe with your rich background, you might.
I bathe daily.
standing out in the rain and splashing in the gutters is not the same as a bath. I keep trying to tell them.
He kind of gestures wearily. By all means, and the reason as well, I assume the detective is here. The house, you can look around, see if there's anything you can find, pick up, that you think might be of use to you. I've been through everything myself, but perhaps I've missed something. I am only one man.
True, as are we all. Before we look around, can you give us some names of some of your contacts that may, I know you said that you didn't directly know the people that you got this elixir from, but perhaps some connections to those connections because
I mean,
I've
Maybe
had
a rough description.
Yeah, description.
well, I had been discussing it. I'd heard a brief bit about it from Amos Willoughby, which Miriam would recognize as another kind of debutante frequenting halls.
Yes.
You would probably know that as the kind of word spreads around these circles, as it's wont to do, he passed away around a month ago of some unknown disease.
But Amos has passed just about a month ago.
Yes.
Quite concerning. Oh, was it the same thing?
I don't know about the disease itself, but he had mentioned to me, he obviously knowing I was a man of medicine, about this miracle cure.
And how long ago did you return from your trip from the South Americas?
That would be perhaps 3 weeks ago.
Okay. And did you bring any artifacts or fun
Only this idol.
bric-a-brac?
Oh my god.
No,
Okay.
nothing brought back with us other than research notes and a cough.
Could we see your wife's research notes from her trip?
That would be helpful.
Well, maybe not for me. Well, I'm a doctor, but it's in theology. But for our good Dr. Wentworth here, maybe he could.
Not a real doctor.
I'm not a medical doctor, so
I'm not.
He
not that kind of doctor.
he kind of looks
I
around
only
a
give
bit
you medicine
nervously
for your
again.
soul.
Oh.
The Eleanor's research notes she took with her.
Okay.
Yeah,
All
okay.
right.
So
Uh,
why is she? Oh, I'm so sorry.
no, you go ahead.
Dr. Father. You said you locked her away for her health and for ours. What is?
Yes.
Why should we have to be like why is there a precaution for us? It doesn't seem that this is contagious since you haven't
She's-
contracted it.
Well, I don't know how contagious it is. Perhaps I was a dormant carrier and I simply passed it on, or perhaps there is something that I have that prevents me from getting it. I don't know entirely. When her cough began to irritate her more, we began sleeping in separate rooms to ensure that I would not catch it. I mean, doctor of medicine, biotics, and a doctor of pathogens. We are cautious of these things.
Right. Okay.
But
I'm not a doctor.
there is something here about why I have her locked away. Just bear with me one moment.
Oh,
Flips through
bearing.
notes. It is. Yes, I locked her away. Because I'm a dick.
Yeah, well,
No, I-
obviously.
She's a woman.
Yeah, there's something wrong with her brain, really. It's all her
Consider
fault.
lobotomy.
Get the word hysteria from.
That's a rumor.
Several
Fair.
times. Yeah, how did we
I'd like a lobotomy.
how did we forget about that one?
Lobotomies?
It's when
Hysteria.
when she was losing some sense of herself. I tried poring over her notes myself. I found some references to the Blackwood Sanitarium from what she had been researching. But when I started to get a bit more invasive, trying to run tests on her, she became more irate.
Imagine that.
And she seems to have forgotten herself a bit.
As a woman in sin is wont to do.
Yes, precisely. That wench.
As a woman. Miriam looks uncomfortable. She's like,
No, that's normal for you. You should be used to it. That's just how it is. No,
being
I'm kidding.
uncomfortable.
Yeah, that's the
Honestly.
state of- this is fantasy 1920s,
Okay,
though. We
yes.
don't have that
So-
shit here.
She, look, part of your own safety, she is unrecognizable as a human being.
Oh. Okay, I feel like that
Her
was an
limbs
important.
are twisted. It was mentioned earlier.
But you're sure that possession is not on the table.
Well, her head's not spinning around and she's not vomiting, so I'm ruling that out for
Oh.
now.
Okay, well, she's not vomiting.
Facts.
That's
She's
um.
her flesh began to harden, her limbs began to distend, and she spends a lot of her time wailing.
Same, honestly.
Quite hysterical. I think it's that time of the month for her, really. It's the only logical explanation.
Women.
Oh my god.
You know how those women are.
I fucking hate this dude, huh?
How long ago did people start coming up to the father doctor with their like?
It's probably been a few months.
Okay, so okay,
It's
cool.
recent.
As long as it was more than 3 weeks ago, that's good.
Shit,
Mark that.
they're on to me.
Just double check in. Okay.
This most curiously, sort of, like Dr. Wentworth, kind of poring over his notes and flicking through a couple of pages back and forth and doing some top-level doctory type thinking. Dr. King, forgive me, have you heard of the rare tropical disease of morbus Caligari? This might have some
Bless you.
resemblance to that. But you have seen her. I have not. As I understand, she has changed, and
Yes.
the twisting and the skin. It seems to have a lot of similarities, but it's not. I would not say it is a concrete diagnosis at this time.
I believe the issue now is far beyond the original disease. The treatment that I tried to give her, this miracle cure, has either exacerbated or created new symptoms. Given that other people share these symptoms, and I don't believe everyone else has the means to travel to the parts of the world that we have, I don't believe it is rooted entirely in her original ailment.
I fear you are right.
So you took a mysterious drug from a guy that you don't know his name, and you gave it to your wife to try to cure her, and you made her worse.
It truly is that simple, yes.
Okay. Just making sure I got like the main points.
I mean,
down.
it sounds all above board. Pretty standard.
I was running out of options. And this
Sounds like my spring break back in 1912.
I
a cure that could heal anything.
can't
I
tell
only
you
began
how
to
times.
hear of the side effects when I began asking around if other people were experiencing what my wife was experiencing. People don't
So
tend
you-
to discuss the downsides unless they have to. Like cocaine.
Like,
You know, imagine a time in our history if we ever get to the point where all of the side effects are presented to potential receivers of drugs all in like one hefty breath, just tossed right out
That
there.
would be ridiculous. There
Impossible
is
to-
no way we
Right.
could present anyone with the possible side effects of anything they're taking. Not that anything they're
Honestly.
taking does
Science
have
could
side
never.
effects. Look at cocaine. It's fantastic for you.
There's nothing wrong with that. No, and,
Yeah, it
and
cures
we couldn't.
shakes.
Yeah,
put coke in
couldn't
everything.
They do. They honestly, they do. Yeah.
I do have some people in my community that I shepherd that have fallen under similar situations. Most of my leads with them had led me here, but I could potentially go back through them to see if there was another avenue to lead towards a source of this medicine. And he does air quotes, medicine.
Avenue.
An avenue.
The air quote's just horribly in the wrong place.
Yeah.
These other people in my
Avenue for this
flock.
medicine. He gets out his cell phone and he just sends it. No. Other doctor is
Takes
a
a
time
selfie.
traveler.
Yeah.
I mean,
Got
it
him.
tracks. Doctor Who? I mean, I don't know his name. I'm all out of Pepsi. But yes.
You're drinking Pepsi when we're talking about Coke? Oh my god.
Well, that's because that's all they have at the dispensers at Costco. Okay.
All he
Yeah, how
wanted,
could you? Oh,
Get off
blood
my
screen.
ass.
Mikey just wanted a Pepsi. God.
This is
I
your
got
amount
a
of
hot
taste.
dog, I got a cookie, and I got a drink.
Oh, I want a hot dog real bad.
And I got home, and I put ranch on my hot dog, and I ate it. And it was great.
Wait, you put ranch on a hot dog?
That's-
Yeah, I wanted to see if it went well, and it fucking slapped.
I've never done that before. And I put ranch on everything.
Good
no,
shit.
I don't wanna. No, incorrect.
Huh.
Wrong. You did it wrong.
It was
Me and
awesome.
mine-
This is why
Interesting.
the British are pioneers of food. Just look at our tasteless chicken with no spices that we
Yeah.
do not use
Sorry.
after we conquered the world and took all their spices.
Yep. They just traded
What's
all
Turns
the
it?
tea.
Remind me
Now you
again
guys
what
is
the
like-
national. Go ahead.
Turns out you guys just kind of like doing it for just love of the game, honestly.
Yeah.
Oh.
Honestly, we're all about
So
banter.
what's-
That's all it is.
What's the
I've only just
national
been
dish of the UK? I think it's.
I actually believe
tikka
it's now a
masala.
curry, yes.
Yeah, it's
Probably.
chicken tikka masala. Wow, shocking. Not even a dish you guys made up.
Yeah, but not
have only
like
just been
I
converted.
guarantee it's not actual tikka masala. It's just like British curry house tikka masala. It's like it's good. It's close enough. Why have actual Indian tikka masala when we can have British tikka masala?
Oh my god,
The
you guys
best
are
way.
heathens.
Isn't tikka masala
honestly.
from, isn't it Glaswegian? Or is that korma? No, korma's real. The tikka masala's from Glasgow.
Probably.
Really?
It's actually Scottish.
Wouldn't
Leave it
surprise
to the
me.
Brits to culturally appropriate two things
I've
at
seen
the same
how
time.
Don't let a Scottish
I've seen
person.
how much cheese you guys put on stuff. Don't come at me. Look at us.
But yes, as he kind of settles back into his chair, I don't know where we go from here, really. I'm at a loss. As you can see from this zany group of people I have gathered together.
Are there any samples of the cure that she was given that we might be able to look at? I don't have much equipment with me, but if there is any information that can be gained from it, that could be useful.
Not.
So we're going to reverse engineer a cure that you have no samples of. You don't know who gave it to you. You don't know exactly how it reacts to everybody, and
I hired a detective, didn't I?
Everyone looks at the detective.
I mean,
Well, chop chop, figure it out.
It's your turn.
all right, I'll get detecting.
Look, if God can't tell someone the answer, then what is the father even doing here? If the detective fails, we have God on our side. And anime.
No.
Power
What
of
is this
God and
you
anime.
speak of?
You know, like the what are those called? Like those Bugs Bunny cartoons that you can go to the theater on Saturdays and
Oh.
watch for 25
Yeah.
cents.
Yeah. That. But yes. And you can see he is now... He's drunk a fair bit of the brandy, having shared a bit with Father Cross and kind of
By the
now
way,
actually
Prohibition
had
era,
the
but I'm gonna
effect
ignore
of
that.
You what?
By the way, it's Prohibition era, but I'm gonna ignore all this.
The man's wife has changed. Let him have a drink.
The
He
man
is
gave his wife a drug.
kind of like almost constantly drinking the brandy at this point, feeling the warmth, very much taking comfort in it.
Yeah, Father Doctor just keeps refilling it. Father Doctor has not even taken a
He
sip of
is
their own. He just
Also
is holding
very
it.
clearly not with it enough to realize that it keeps being refilled. He's just taking sips and the glass is just not ending, and he is very happy about that.
Father Doctor, maybe less of that? Less of the alcohol, maybe.
Oh, well, okay. He was doing it intentionally, but he'll stop.
So,
Because, you know,
Would you guys
people,
like
when
to
they're
do as
drunk,
well?
they like to talk.
I would like to
This is-
try and take a look around the house while they're
yeah,
loosening him up a little bit.
you can go and have a look around the house.
Oh.
I am going to assume that Father Doctor just does not listen to Miriam. Who listens to a
No,
woman?
well, he also just got called out, and so he does stop, because now it's not a subtle thing he's doing.
I don't think the drunk guy knows that.
So he'll just stand up and kind of just like grab his
like-
walking stick thing that he uses, and
Swaying in the chair a bit.
just like one hand like holding the Bible, one hand behind his back, kind of just start looking around the room. You know, not super interested, but you know there might be something.
Okay. So looking around the room then, Mr.
Yeah,
Cross,
just sort of
Father
like in a
Cross.
slow pace around the room. While other people who are better at investigating actually investigate.
I don't think there's even actually an investigate skill.
is it
there's
just-
spot hidden?
All right, well I can do a spot hit. Apparently I'm good at that.
I will too. Oof, that's a 97.
Damn. I mean, there are also other things you can obviously do. There is a listen as well, especially the
Oh.
one who's left the room and is kind of wandering around the house. If you want to use kind of other skills while you're having a look around, by all means, do.
Perhaps
I got a 99. I ain't doing shit no matter what it is.
Damn.
Could
Yeah.
I try a
Drunk
biology
off the
check?
smell of the brandy.
Could Can I roll a biology check? Try and see if I can, if there's any things I can put together with the information given about her symptoms and whatnot. Obviously, that's just hysteria
Yeah,
because
go
she's a
for
woman.
it.
And see what happens. Our survey says that is a 47. That is a pass.
I was looking for
Yay!
biology,
Lower
wondering
than
why
the
it wasn't
big
there. It's
number,
'cause
yeah.
it's under science biology.
Yes,
That's why.
it's biology science. Yes,
The science of biology.
indeed.
My
Yes.
favorite course.
So,
When
with
mummy and a daddy
that
love each other.
biology check, there is no human ailment or side effect of a normal drug that you have heard of that would cause people to disfigure and almost like it sounds like they're turning into statues. And I think, has Dr. Wentworth been having any of these rumors? No, so the rumors you heard were of an immortality cure.
Yes.
So those are the whispers you'd had of this kind of like cure-all. Not much to do with the side effects. Now that you're hearing them, it probably wouldn't par up with any drugs or anything you are aware of.
Definitely needs ivermectin.
And and the
You guys
the
suck.
disease itself. I mean, the disease itself does seem identifiable potentially, but it does seem like she is beyond the disease, and this strange medicine is doing summit.
I think we're at the point now where it's likely the disease will be named after her or her husband, probably. Let's be honest, it's the 20s. Be named after her husband.
Either that, or as I say, like it's the side effects, and if the side effects are named as a disease, then yes, absolutely. So, the
Can I
detective-
do?
Yes.
Oh, I was gonna ask if I could do a history check to see if I had heard of anything, or through my research and archaeology, if I knew of anything that maybe could have been like this kind of disease from South America as an archaeologist.
Sure.
Or can I do an archaeology check? Well, either or. I'll do his whichever.
Your choice.
I guess I'll do history. It's slightly better. Oh, please. Oh, I just failed.
Oh,
You got your luck points.
Oh yeah, how do I use those?
so you can
Ask which very
basically just
nicely.
reduce your current luck by an amount
Oh.
required to pass the check. You can also, I think you can technically push it to your lower numbers, but that does obviously mean using up more of your luck, which I think only comes back after scenarios, or unless a very nice lore keeper provides you
Oh.
with more luck
Well-
points.
My luck is 70, so I could just subtract 3.
Yeah,
And okay, great. So that puts me at 50 exactly.
cool. So what's this history
so
check
that
for?
I want to know if I've heard of anything from South America historically or otherwise that may have caused this kind of disease that she has. So I could know, like, on the basis what the base disease that she has is. So I could kind of, I don't feel like
Okay.
medical, but like maybe,
I-
or anything
yeah.
like as archaeology wise, like a curse.
I'd say in terms of curse, nothing's come up like this. I don't think that you'd come across necessarily in terms of that actual, like, the current side effects she's dealing with. I would say the disease itself, the original disease, probably like a similar level to Dr. Wentworth, but like slightly less in depth, where Dr. Wentworth is aware of this disease, has possible symptoms, is kind of picking up on what the disease could have been from what she was exhibiting, whereas you might have just like heard a little bit about it and gone, oh yeah, I know the name, but the name's not actually quite right from what you remember in it, or like, you know, the common name for it. In terms of any curse stuff, let me just... 1 second. I need to double check through some notes.
Okay. No rush.
Yes, fine. So it's not around the area that your uncle went to. Your great uncle, I should say.
South Pacific was him,
yes.
so.
That's what I was double checking in my notes, whether it was South America or South Pacific.
No.
Slightly different.
It's a great musical.
I was going to say, once a musical.
love that musical, honestly.
So sad.
My mom's favorite musical. We went to go see it at the Fox once.
Nice.
It's so sad.
I know.
Yes. Detective. Having the wander round. What check are we doing?
I just did a spot hidden,
Okay.
but I rolled a 97.
Damn.
Yeah.
Just spend all your luck. Just use all of it. Damn, isn't it just so realistic that the richest one among you also happens to have the most luck?
Wow, it's crazy.
Honestly.
Funny that.
That's kind of how it works in a way.
Yeah. Too real.
It's so true.
Wait, does she actually? She does actually have the most luck. Fucking hell.
You made the sheets.
Poor old Dr. Wentworth.
Well, you know,
I think it's because luck's based on the charisma
poor
stat.
will inherit heaven or something.
Yes.
The meek shall inherit the earth.
But yeah, so detective. Having a little wander around the house, you don't spot anything new per se, but you can hear like a wailing sound coming from upstairs as you kind of get near the staircase. It's like a low, fairly constant moan. It's like it would be crying if it could, but almost like whatever's making the noise can't make the noise properly. Like they can't cry properly. And it's just coming out as this wail.
So she
the
is
whale
being
drops
treated
from
for
the ceiling.
hysteria.
Yes. And at this point, the doctor is quite drunk in his chair, just swaying.
Wait, we should get the key from him. We just go in and see what the issue is ourselves. He's drunk.
I'm loving the Roy Callahan. That was
It was
just dropped
very
in the
good.
session chat.
Yeah. Look at that guy.
Yeah, I feel like
What a dude.
What a dude.
He looks like a loose cannon on the edge.
Truly.
Who is definitely getting too old for this shit.
could I
Make room for everyone.
I want to put my ear up to the door. See if I can like listen.
Okay, yeah, you can absolutely follow the noise and kind of try and pick out the door. Give me a listen check.
Yep.
Let's see how
So
well
it
you
is
listen.
It's a 23 in my listen. It's a 20. My listen's at 20.
As you just sort of stop, then you collaborate and listen. Yeah, so you got a 23 and your listen's 20. Fine.
Yes.
So I'll say it's obviously like you can't not really hear this. It's just more you're struggling to kind of pick anything out or anything in particular. You can very clearly hear there is like a woman moaning behind the door. You can hear very clearly like almost like shuffling, scraping and crunching sounds, like maybe there's something broken on the floor that's being... I mean, he said there's kind of petrified limbs, so perhaps like and you'd probably come across these sorts of, you know, someone's injured, they're dragging their leg sort of thing, so there could be like an element of like a dragging leg around and then kind of crunching footsteps. But there definitely seems to be not normal footsteps happening. Just kind of like a lot of dragging, then a crunchy step. I imagine Detective Callahan has probably chased many a suspect through a window and watched them kind of try and escape, and they're then trying to run away. What was the whoops? Wait, I can go in the
Yeah,
moderator
you
only
need to know.
check.
No, I deleted it out of
Fix
the
it.
Oh,
moderators too.
That's for me. That's for me and the father.
There. Now you can send stuff. I'm working on your
oh,
permissions.
thank you.
Oh, I was gonna do that.
Yeah, you run the thing. I'm checked out right now while you guys investigate
you.
because I got a 99.
Woo!
Yeah. That's what the detective's picking up. Meanwhile, the doctor is quite drunk in his chair. You've kind of seen the detective start to like wander off and wander around the house. And you probably, if anyone was watching him through the door, would have lost him as he made his way upstairs.
It's not a laughing matter, rich lady.
I mean,
Seems
if
that money
you
can't buy you manners.
honestly, selling feet pics in the 1920s, amazing.
Selling ankle
Only for
picks.
only for 25 cents a month. Thank you.
But yeah, so detective has his ear to the door. Doctor is drunk. What are Dr. Wentworth and the heiress doing as the father is currently just tipping books on the bookshelf, trying to see if there's a secret door anywhere?
I might utilize my library use and just. He doesn't want to resort to believing too much of the Bible thumper, like, oh, is this possession? And, you know, is there bad juju at play here? He's still just clinging desperately on to there's some science behind this. There must be. There has to be. So a bit like a final throw the dice. Check some of these books that are, once they've been, that one's not an imaginary, a secret door switch. Let's open that. Is there anything relevant in there that might point us in a good direction? And look, is that a library use skill?
There is indeed a library use skill, which is
Never mind.
great fun.
No, he keeps picking them
What'd
up
you roll?
upside down, like damn Australian books. No idea. 84. Failed miserably.
Yeah, there's a lot of books in this library,
There's many books.
in this study. What about Miriam? Miss LeClaire?
God, I don't want to be like. I also look in the library. I think I'm gonna sneak around the.
Would just
What?
like it known that when I was coming up with her name, I wanted to try and think of something elegant and decadent, and my brain immediately went, I know something decadent. Eclairs.
Eclair.
And
I
so
got
she's
you.
Miriam LeClaire.
Oh, Leclaire.
It doesn't
Dressed
quite the
up
same
as
thing like
an-
Miriam egg custard tart, does it?
Yeah. Miriam Le Mr. Kipling didn't quite have the same ring.
Miriam Le
Miriam.
Bakewell.
Miriam Le Cheese Danish.
Ooh.
Yeah, Miriam Le Biscuit.
Oh. Hello. Please focus on me. Thank you. Jeez, we're back to the hands again. I think that I'm just gonna sneak around and look around the house for anything really interesting pertaining to South America that may be in the same interest of anything about relating to my great uncle in the South Pacific.
Give me a spot hidden. You'd probably be doing this, I imagine, at like the same time you see the detective start to head up the stairs. You're
I
like
head
making your
somewhere
way
else.
out of the room across the entryway.
Please. Oh my god, literally hit it right on the money. I'm not even joking. Literally
Hell
got
yeah.
a 25. Perfection.
So that was for a spot
What?
hidden, yes.
Yes. Wow. I could not have
so-
typed that. I could have made it better.
As you're kind of making your way around, walking fast,
Jesus. You don't know the rest of the song.
you you kind of make your way through a few different rooms downstairs. The detective has the upstairs covered, and as you're kind of looking around, there is kind of like over in the drawing room, you can see there are a few books kind of scattered around where clearly he's been doing some late night reading, not necessarily in his study. This may have been before it's got to this point, and he's now almost kind of secluded himself to the study and perhaps left some of these books behind. You would say, I would say, with your spot hidden, you would see, was what I was going for, and instead went, you would say. You would probably see, kind of just poking out from underneath one of the armchairs, there is a more recent looking book than most of these are like quite old research journals and well-established books, and this seems to be a more recent purchase. And it seems to have been read, closed, and just discarded roughly, and it's slid under the chair, but you can see it kind of poking out.
Oh, snap that up.
Yeah, it is a fairly thick book, and it's just very plainly labeled Myths of the South Pacific.
Cinema. All right. Yeah, she's gonna start reading it immediately. Okay. Sits down in the chair and is just gonna, like, meticulously start leafing through it. This is her hyperfixation.
Cool. Give me a...
Oh, God.
Sanity.
No!
Well, partly that will happen. But first things first, using books like this, we can also call for a library use check, and that's funny.
Oh, okay.
Or occult, if you're feeling fancy. If you really think you can nail that one.
They're
your library
exactly
use and your occult are not the same. Unless I'm looking at the wrong sheet. Your library use is 20 and your occult is 5.
No, my library use is 40 and my occult is 40. What are you looking at?
I'm looking at Miriam Leclerc.
So am I.
That's bizarre.
How bizarre.
Oh,
How bizarre. Thank you.
I'm gonna take a picture of this for you. I downloaded this morning.
Maybe I made a change and then uploaded it and then
Okay.
didn't save the change? Maybe Steph's just trying to gaslight me?
No, I'll send you my...
Bless
I like
let me
that
go into my Google
father
Drive.
doctor has no library use. He has no clue. He's like, other books? What? I only need this one.
Yeah, basically.
And all my notes about the occult, which are in this book. You know, there's like a whole section in the back of his Bible that he's like put in extra pages that he just has more notes in for other stuff.
That's what mine says right now.
Let me see, because I can actually access... This is a fantastic PDF app, by the way. I can go straight into my Google Drive without leaving my PDF app.
Oh, how nice.
Well, look, it's cool.
PDF
Oh my
X.
Oh, but you're right, though, because I'm looking at it on, like, I downloaded it, and it was different in the download. No, insane. What? So, like, I downloaded it, and it said
Father
40.
Doctor by the end of the sesh.
Like, here, I sent you my thing.
Ah, yes, it was a private message, that's why.
Has her butler been changing things again?
Steph, where are you looking? Because I'm looking at the picture you sent, and it says library use 20, occult 5.
I swear to God. Okay, I am going crazy.
Already had it.
Lobotomize her, it's the only way. She's got hysteria.
I swear to God. Before I took the picture, it said 40/40. I'm not even joking.
Unless you've unticked them by accident, but I don't think
I
so.
didn't untick them. I just downloaded it again, and it says, oh my God, I feel insane.
It's working.
The music. It's
Yeah.
getting to you. It also got
Yeah, I don't
super
know what was going
intense
on with
while
that.
you were having that moment. So
Yeah, it was awesome. I don't know what was going on with that.
Okay.
Unless you maybe were looking at a different sheet.
No, I opened that one open.
You have 25. You
No,
have
it's
someone has
okay.
45,
No.
but I won't reveal who.
No.
Yeah,
Okay,
the
I'm
Google
just
Drive
gonna.
Miriam Leclerc has 20 library use and 5 occult, from what I'm seeing.
No, I re-downloaded it. This is insane.
That is what by the way, I do believe you. It's just wild that it has happened.
Yeah.
Bonkers.
Okay, I'm just gonna go for library use. God, oh my god.
Unless you were looking at your
shit.
dodge and firearms, because they're both 40 and they're right next to library use and occult. And you were maybe just looking at the wrong side of the
Maybe.
column. Because they're 40-40.
Maybe. I
So yes,
can't.
library use.
I got a 14.
Hell yeah. So,
God, I'm so sorry. I feel insane.
that's alright. Shit happens. This music's not helping, I imagine. With a 14, you kind of flip through the book, and there are a number of myths and kind of strange entities described in the book, stories about these entities, and you kind of find yourself flipping through faster and faster and faster, and it's kind of alphabetized, and you stop almost instinctually immediately under G, where there is an entry about the myth of a being known as Gatanothoa.
Right, that's in my. I feel so crazy. I'm never gonna get over it. Right.
And the idea of this entity is not in the note that I'm looking at.
Well, I do have a note that says that the name was whispered where
Yes.
my uncle disappeared. I'm sorry, I have to get my
yes,
drugs
so,
out because clearly something is wrong with me.
As you are flipping through the entry about Gatanothoa, it speaks of this being whose mere presence has the ability to incite grotesque transformations in the one who looks upon him.
Uh-oh. Does it
I will
describe
need
these
you-
grotesque? Oh, fuck.
So it describes some. There have been kind of... It's all myths and, like, folk tales. There are stories of people who claim to have seen it and grown an extra finger, lost fingers, lost limbs, and a lot of it is kind of attributed to, like, soldiers coming back delirious, and they claim to have seen this creature, and that's how they lost their limb, as opposed to it being blown off by a mine or something like that, if they had mines back then.
Yeah, I'm sure they had mines back then, Mitch.
Probably.
Like, the children yearn for the
it's-
mines, Mitch.
Pretty, yeah. No, not those kind of mine stuff.
Oh.
Although the children do yearn for those as well. But yes, it's sort of like, it's more of a broad idea of grotesque transformations as opposed to what's specifically being described to you here. People saying they've seen someone come into contact with this being and grow extra heads, extra arms, tentacles for arms, snake-like tongues. And as you are reading this, I would like you please to give me a sanity check.
I don't wanna.
So your sanity score currently, Miriam, is at a 55. So if you roll
Yes.
below that, you pass.
Oh.
If you fail, you will take some
Please.
sanity damage. And if you reach 11, you go insane.
I got 58, but I'm gonna use luck points to get that to 55. 8,
Go for it
7,
if you
6,
want.
5. Yeah, I am.
You can kind of feel it like prickling at the back of your mind. There is just something you're reading is just alien and just terrifying almost. And it's kind of like you're getting more and more uneasy as you're reading this myth, and it gets to a point where you just have to slam the book shut. You kind of feel yourself throw it away instinctually.
What was that? I don't know. What is this creature? I'm gonna, even though I tossed it
You see a
across the
small,
room.
shadowy being with a mouse skull on his head scuttering across the floor.
Terrifying.
It's Rip.
I know. I got the reference.
Just in
I'm
case.
here. I play.
He scuttles, stops, turns, and just...
Does he
and then
look
runs away.
lonely? Like he's looking for a friend.
He's
He
waiting
he
for
looks
you.
like he's having a great time just spooking people.
He's
That's my
lonely
boy.
and
That's
his
my
heart.
boy.
Yeah. So she's gonna go and, even though I threw the book, I'm gonna go and like delicately pick it up with like, you know, like, and then I'm gonna go take it back to the room where everyone was originally. And sorry, oh my god, I feel like I'm going crazy. I thought I just saw, oh my god, this game.
Why do I always get Steph the worst with everything I do?
And I'm gonna go like, you know, I'm gonna take it and I'm gonna like plop it down very surreptitiously and step away from it and kind of wait for everyone to come back.
Okay.
Unless, wait, who's in here still? Dr. Daddy, right? Not Dr. Father. Father
So
Doctor.
Father Doctor and Dr. Wentworth are both still in the study.
Okay.
At this point, I would say probably you can see Dr. Keene is like starting to fall asleep a little bit.
All right.
Detective Callahan, if you are finished with the upstairs, you can absolutely head down now if you want and kind of report
I
back
think so,
what
yeah.
you've seen so far. Or continue investigating upstairs, but your choice.
I'm gonna go back. I'm not really finding much.
You see her
so-
like nervously exiting, clutching the book.
This book. No, just like away from the body. She, once everyone's in, she like surreptitiously puts it down, but very loudly, like plunk, plunk.
The
And it's like,
complete opposite to the last Call of Cthulhu game where we had goddamn protect the books with everything, and this time it's ew book. Ugh.
Ew. And it made me go crazy. So I put the book
Not yet,
down
it
and
didn't.
I'm like, no, I found this book. It's on monsters or lore in the South Pacific, and it talks very specifically about a monster called how do you say the image?
Gatanathawa.
Gantanathawa.
You can call him Rip for short.
Rip. Or Rip.
Look upon him and be disfigured.
Yes, and it's rumored that if you see him, you do become disfigured in some way. But it was thought that that was maybe something made up by soldiers or travelers. However, my great uncle disappeared in the South Pacific, and this monster was rumored to have been the cause of it. So, the book is quite frightening, in my opinion. Sent a shiver down my spine. So, if you would like to take a look at it,
Given
Be
her the
cautious.
willies, as they say.
it's giving me the willies.
When you say take a look at it, do you mean take a look at the book or take a look at your spine?
Pulls
So
out
essentially, down
Cleaver.
your spine if you'd like to take a look at it. What spine? Is it yours or the book's?
The
Too many
book.
spines. There are too many doctors and too many books.
My-
We'll figure this out eventually.
My spine is fine for now. Maybe a little bit later.
Sounds like hysteria to me, says the drunk doctor in the chair.
But I think
Yeah. Father Doctor is definitely scuttled closer during this announcement of what's in this book.
It was an announcement.
And looks very interested.
I've read something.
If a question for Father Doctor: if Father Doctor is shocked and slightly aghast at something that's said, does he clutch at his rosemary beads?
Absolutely.
Excellent. Just needs to know that lovely little detail.
Yeah, he's got. Yeah, so the rosary beads in one hand, this the same hand that's holding his big old Bible that's all decked out. So he's like, because he's got this weird staff in his other hand.
Does also
There's
have a
carvings all
few
over it.
possessions which he uses
does.
to calm himself every now and then.
He does. He's got. Where's all
Don't
of
mind
his
me just
stuff?
accidentally clicking things.
Yeah, well, the little crucifix would be at the end of the rosary beads, right? Isn't that a
Yes.
thing? Don't they have like little dangly charms? Is that how
I
you
don't
say
know.
that?
It's not my religion.
It's like a Pandora's bracelet kind of deal. Like
Yeah.
a Pandora bracelet. There's lots of little.
Like here's my Jesus, and here's where I talk to a shaman, and here's you keep adding. I met a witch once. She gave me this twig. I put it on here. But I imagine his walking stick has some unusual iconography on it that's not related to Catholicism, but it's also he did it himself. But he is a a novice carpenter, so it's not terrible. But it's unusual.
There we go. In the bottom right of your character sheets, I think it's on the last page, you can see actually level of success. So you can see what is a fumble, what is a fail, what is a regular, what is hard, what is extreme, and then obviously critical success on a 1.
Yeah, it's got a teeny tiny little chart there for people with healthy eyes.
Oh, and you can push a roll. I forget how pushing works, but we can spend sanity, so it's
Well, you
spend luck, so it's
put
fine.
your hands out and you just sort of you make contact and then you just straighten your arms real fast.
But yes, as this discovery is made, shall we take a quick break?
Yeah.
Yeah, step back.
Excellent.
That doorbell ring.
That's okay. Yeah, we'll be back in 10 minutes, and it also means you guys can think about what to do next and what questions you want to ask each other and where we go from here.
Yeah. Cool. Probably figure it out.
Mitch's note was not expecting the house to take so long.
Well,
It's okay. I like
that's
it.
what we do. Okay. I don't think we knew each other.
Hello.
Hello.
We're back.
Hello.
As the music changes at perfect timing. Music's been on it today.
Honestly.
Like when Steph was having that meltdown, I mean, oh, beautiful.
Honestly.
I was cracking up just a little, okay?
So, you are all gathered in the room currently. Miriam has just dropped a book in front of you all of South Pacific myths. She is speaking of Gatanathoa. This strange
Bless you.
entity that apparently causes transformations. I also forgot that my little crochet Cthulhu has been out of frame this entire time, so he's here now.
Oh.
What a little guy.
Yeah. Cthulhu. But yes. What would you guys like to do? And I'm going to roll in the background and see if the doctor falls asleep.
I think
He's asleep.
okay, well, the good father doctor is going to look to the doctor and the rich girl, because I think the detective is still upstairs, maybe?
No, I'm here.
No,
he's
he's
You are
in
here?
rejoined you
did come
guys
downstairs.
in time.
Okay. And, well, it seems that our paths have been brought together. I think it was ordained for us to have been here together on this night specifically, and perhaps it is the path being put before us that we should be walking together. I may have some connections that I'm able to work with to try to find this elixir. However, I do think God put this wonderful detective here with us tonight to help facilitate that. And
Honestly.
what are the odds that a doctor familiar with these sorts of occurrences would also be here tonight, and then also you here
Me.
as well. He doesn't with the
you.
lady, and also with your clever book finding, how invaluable. I have it ahead for locating books myself.
On true. Okay.
Well, it's almost
Never
like we were
mind.
invited here or something.
I think I wasn't. I came here. I mean, this isn't him. This is Lindsay. But yeah, it was my understanding that he just showed up because he was investigating shit.
Yes.
So, what is it? What's it called when God does the thing and puts the stuff in order for you? It's like
Divine intervention.
a joke that I was about to make that I very much should
there's
not
like
make.
there's another word. There's like a singular word. I can't remember. I'll think of it later. We'll call it serendipity for now, but that's not what I'm looking for. Providence? I don't know.
Okay.
No, we're not in Rhode Island, are we?
Close. Massachusetts.
Oh,
Cool. So the book is in front of you. The doctor is asleep in his chair. The rain is kind of starting to let up a bit. You can hear the wail coming from upstairs.
It can be Providence. Yay. Timely preparation for future eventualities.
Well, if the doctor's asleep, I mean, I think you should read the book, in my opinion.
I would
At least
love,
take a look at it.
I would love to.
Mm-hmm.
Might as well. I explained this paranoia that's been spreading around.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, go ahead. It did make me
mean-
feel a little crazy.
You can kind of flip it open on the table and all look at it at once, or whoever wants to look can look.
I'll do that.
So who be looking and rolling a library use check?
Well, I'll be
I'm not looking again.
but I can't roll lower than a 0. So
Surely it's not 0.
It's 0. I have nothing there. I don't know if there's like a standard, like.
Yes, if it says... Sorry, I should have filled that one in. If it says 20% in brackets, that'll be 20 is your library use.
Oh, okay. Well, good.
Which makes
Then-
it 10 for a half and 4 for a fifth.
I will.
Just
Uncheck
accidentally left
that.
that one blank.
That's okay.
Just means you're as good
Oh.
as anyone else.
Cool. Yes, I am. Yes, I am. Just as good as anybody else. Not at this. I got a 53.
Oh no. So who's looking and who's passed or failed?
Well, I've already looked, so I'm not gonna look again.
I'm gonna let the creature look at it.
Okay.
That's what they have to say.
So, Father Cross,
Mm-hmm.
can you please give me a sanity check?
Oh, yeah.
Oh no!
Oh, yeah, I failed it.
Excellent.
By a lot?
My sanity is a 75. I got an 86. I could fix it with luck. You know I'm not gonna.
Cool.
I know.
So you will take some sanity damage. And it's a little bit more because you failed the library use check as well.
Oh no! Lindsay!
You take 4 points of sanity damage.
Oh god.
I
Oh
rolled
wow.
quite low.
Well, that's okay. I forgive you.
So your current sanity drops to 71. And you all just see like a slight twitch in Father Cross's eye.
Yeah.
You're right, Father Cross.
It's already.
Father Doctor.
There is a almost like a ringing I can't hear in the back of my mind. It's
Tinnitus.
strange.
Always tinnitus.
What denomination
Yeah,
did they say
but
they were again?
Uh-huh.
What denomination did they say they were again?
I mean,
Catholic.
supposedly Catholic, but Lindsay don't know nothing about that, so we're going off. It's you know, it's Hollywood Catholicism, maybe.
Baby!
Seemed more like a shaker to me.
Cthulhuism.
Yes,
Cthulhuism!
Cthulhuism. Is there, because the name of the creature has been mentioned and I have this book in front of me and there might be things
Yeah, it's easy
other
enough
than
to
words.
kind of flip to that section.
Is there an occult check that would be relevant?
Um,
Or no?
Yeah, you can try an occult check, absolutely. Flipping to the section.
All right, so it's just a regular success.
Cool. So Father Cross, with his rather impressive occult skill, just kind of reading
Suspiciously
through
good.
these myths about this entity. I would say previously, Father Cross has been kind of, possibly a lot of the time people kind of hand over these books as well to be like, there's just bad, evil energy. Can you help us, Father? Can you purge this from us? And you've come across a lot of these sorts of texts in your time. Where has my reference guide gone? Here we go. Skill points, education, Call of Cthulhu. I don't want the Call of Cthulhu in here. Sample phobias, we'll keep those for now. And manias.
I love a good
Poisons.
mania.
Yeah, I was gonna say
Here we
I
go.
also love a good mania. That's
Yeah, those are if you start going insane.
That's my goal.
You've kind of come across some other books in the past, I would imagine. Probably one of the key ones in your mind being Nameless Cults. which is a classic of Cthulhu mythos.
My
for
favorite
those
book.
familiar. But I would say you've probably not come across this entity specifically. But you are immediately distracted by the fact that there's an entry in the quick reference guide for a Scorpion SMG.
Ooh.
Which is seems like a very niche gun to be included in the quick reference, but a favorite of mine back in when I used to play Call of Duty.
Scorpion, what?
Wrong call. This is of Cthulhu, not of duty.
Yes, Call of Cthulhu Duty. But yes, you probably come
Oh,
across.
so this is Actune Cthulhu that we're playing, I guess.
Yes. You've come across kind of similar entities and kind of mention of the idea of these great old ones, these kind of entities that come from beyond the stars, and their goals, their physicality, their being is kind of beyond mortal comprehension. The myths that are being mentioned in this book, the idea of seeing a creature and immediately transforming, probably gives your mind a bit of a link to that sort of stuff. And we'll leave it at that for now, given that it was just a regular success. But your occult is fairly decent.
And he relays as much of that as he reasonably can. While
fact,
like
actually,
still rubbing
if
his
you're drawing
head.
these links, can you give me another sanity check? Because this is pulling up some old occult knowledge that you have.
At a 7, I'm good.
A 7? That's bad.
What?
Oh wait, no, that's good. Sorry, yes, ignore me. Yes.
It's like that's so under.
D&D brain kicked in and was like, oh no.
Yeah.
Hi Jay, bye Jay. Yeah, 7 is great.
Oh. He's just so proud of himself for making these connections that
Yes, that he goes
his
insane
hubris
immediately.
is preventing.
But yeah, those are the links that you would draw, and you are safe for now in your sanity. I keep laughing every time I look through your sheet and remind myself of the range that I put on the sturdy walking stick as an item.
I also like the damage that it deals.
Yes.
Or, oh yeah, the range. Oh, that is the range. Okay.
Yes, the
My
range
bad.
is bonk. Yes, so you relay that to the others, probably a little bit about these strange entities. I could call for a sanity check for everyone.
I think you should.
Go
I think
on.
I think I should as well.
Do it. Do
Everyone
it.
give me a sanity check except obviously Father
Where's
Cross
my
because he is relaying this information.
Sheet, sanity.
Because it does
sanity.
technically say in the book, anytime you come across any sort of lore, any new information pertaining to great old ones, boom, sanity.
A 96 isn't good, is it?
No.
I got a 5.
I got a
You're
1.
so sane. Oh,
Even more so.
Honestly,
So a
honestly, kinda
96, your
fitting.
sanity is 70. Now it interestingly says level of success fumble is 100/96 plus. I don't know what 96 plus means. Oh, anything higher than 96 or
Yeah.
100, I guess. And you got what? 96 on the dot.
I got 96 on the nose.
Excellent. Let me double check what happens if you fumble a sanity check. Fumble.
You have to roll on the fumble chart, and now you've got to fight somebody.
Yeah.
I'm
Got to
just
take
being
on the
a
demons. Got to fight the Father Doctor to see who is the real Doctor.
Lawrence, I miss playing with you.
Oh. Oh,
Okay, so if you are
Oh, you!
If you are under 50 on anything, then anything above or equal to 96 is a fumble. Otherwise, only 100 is a fumble. So your sanity is above 50, so only 100 is a fumble for you. So this is just a fail.
Oh, okay.
You do, however, take 4 points of sanity damage.
Okay. I could do maths. There we are.
That is the one annoying thing about form-fillable PDFs, is having to do math yourself, with the exception of the regular half and fifth on the sheet, which calculates
Yeah.
it for you.
Quick maths.
Thought that was pretty cool.
I can't take any credit. You can download them for free from the Chaosium website. They are
Wow.
fantastic. But yes, this information is relayed to you. What would you like to do? As Dr. Wentworth's brain starts to itch.
That's an excellent question. The mention of Chicago, Patagonia.
Yes.
That one.
Chicago, Patagonia.
I don't know. I can do maths. I can't read. There's something in the back of his mind because I've certainly read something about that. Didn't I go to school with a young man?
With Chicago,
Soft
Patagonia.
hands called Chicago, Patagonia, of the New England Chicago Patagonias. Yes, that was it. They start sort of talking about the Chicago Patagonias, noble ancient family. You might know them. You're rich. Yes, very good.
Right. Well,
Yes,
there's also an MLA. Sorry. A Chicago Patagonia. There must be an MLA and an APA Patagonia as well. So
yes.
sorry, I'm being
distant cousins. We don't talk about them anymore.
Truly.
Good people.
Sorry, I'm just being an asshole.
Make a wonderful strawberry cheesecake.
But
I'm
yes, you
alert-
are
no,
quite
I'm
right,
ju-
Dr. Wentworth. You have heard vague rumors of this name before.
Yes.
Have I heard this name, Chicago Patagonia?
Gatanathor, yes.
What'd you say?
The actual name, yes.
Sorry.
What is the actual name?
Gatanathor.
Oh yeah, well duh. I correct him. I'm like Gatanathawa is who you're talking about, correct?
Yes. Yes. That's it. Yes. What did I say? That's what I said. Yes. Oh, this hysteria is spreading all amongst these women folk.
Feel like that might be sexist.
No, sexism hasn't been invented yet.
I'm not aware enough for that.
It doesn't exist as a concept yet.
It's a way of life.
Shut
Tips
up.
Fedora.
Tips Fedora. It's not a. Right. So you've heard of Gathanathawa
Yes.
before, and what? Any more information on this creature?
It sort of just it just pauses, just staring for a moment, and it blinks. Well, there are it's mostly rumors. It's just simply some light bedtime reading about South American myths and folklore. That is all. Nothing more. But it is a name that rang a bell.
Yes, and what kind of bell did it ring?
A vague one.
Be fair, yeah.
All right. I guess that is that's very
Yes.
brat.
Apparently, stupid questions are around in 1928.
Oh my god. Miriam is just gonna look at him and is like, all right. Geez, has anyone ever told you that you're not very helpful?
Many times.
You should see his mortality rate.
There's a reason I'm not in practicing medicine anymore.
It's a reason why they don't let me practice medicine anymore. Right,
I should
okay.
have given him the name
now-
of that doctor who was like the only one with a 300% mortality rate or something. From that surgery where
Why?
like
'Cause he
someone
was
accidentally
murdering
cut their hand
people?
off, and no, it was a complete like freak
yeah.
thing, but like someone accidentally cut their hand off and then it got inside the body or something, and then the body died from shock, and like it was insane.
Yeah, it was
Absolutely
some
insane.
crazy. Yeah,
Like,
Google
was
it
like
when you
this-
have a chance. The doctor with the 300% mortality rate, because
yeah.
it's
It
wild.
was like this. What's that machine like called? Like where it's like a bunch of stuff falling together, and then it's like down a track.
Oh, it's like a Rube Goldberg machine.
Yeah, it's like it's like a Ruth Goldberg like catastrophic level of accident that happened
Yeah.
during a surgery one time.
Wild.
What's a Ruth Bader Ginsburg machine?
That's a machine that tries to prevent this. Anyway, we don't.
Yes, stay away from that one.
We don't have
Leave
to
that
go
one
into
well
that.
alone. That's not been invented yet either.
Oh man, not yet, but soon.
The little girl speak at the League of Nations.
We can't allow that to happen. Right. So I will like relay my information, like the information I have about Patagonia. What is his name again?
Gatanathawa. I will put it in the mid-session chat because I realized I haven't done that yet.
I will relay my information about Gatanathawa to everybody again. And yeah, I'll do that. And, you know, I'll just say, like, I think that this might be what's causing it. It seems that at least you've heard of it, Dr. Wentworth, which I would expect of a doctor of your standing. But, you know, this Gatanathawa can change people if they see him. And it sounds like, while it's a myth or a lore of the South Pacific, that a creature like Gatanathawa might have been seen in South America and brought back with Eleanor. And she looks over to the doctor, Dr. Keaton, and she's like, and her husband. But they were separate, so she might have been doing some research on some pathogens, and perhaps that's how she, you know, saw it. Like, you know, frozen diseases in the ice.
They're suggesting that she saw some mythical creature and is now changing physically.
How would that account for the people who have been getting sick for the past few months? She only
the
came back
disappearances.
three weeks ago.
The transformations as well so far are reported to be side effects of drinking this miracle cure.
Yes.
So at present, there's not like a direct link between this creature and the miracle cure. There's just that name has come up, and there's a miracle cure that seems to be doing something similar.
But that's
What
been going
if-
on for months, though, right? You said the people with
Yeah.
the weird. Yeah. Okay. Just checking.
Well, what if somehow this cure maybe gives them visions of Gatanathawa, perhaps?
Vision. That seems.
I mean- Thank you, Mitch. I do have good ideas sometimes.
Yeah.
Yeah, not Mira though.
Well, yeah,
She was a
she's
terrible
stupid.
Mira doesn't even have ideas.
He doesn't even have brain cells, like, honestly.
Cool. Where would you guys like to go from here?
Well, I don't know what to tell you.
Should we check the home of this Amos Willoughby who passed away recently from something similar? See if
do.
perhaps some lead was left to find. I don't know, detective, how best do we find people who we have no idea who they are, how to contact them, or what they look like?
The doctor, as well, by this point, is fully asleep in his chair.
Well, I know Amos Willoughby,
Well, you
so...
sort of knocked out our only witness currently.
But he already said he couldn't remember anything.
But we know that something happened to Amos, and I knew Amos, so
I know.
where.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, I meant if we weren't going that way and we wanted to try to find, because we don't have any information.
Oh, right. Well,
So I
Amos
think we
is on
should
the
go to
route now.
Amos. Yes.
Amos is dead, but we could go to his home for sure.
We don't want to.
Yes.
We don't want to see if we can get that door open and have a look at Eleanor.
Well, I don't see why we couldn't. I mean, I think that, perhaps all of this is a little bit. I mean, it's a South American myth after all, but there's a South Pacific. It's a myth from the South.
It's
The deep
Bigfoot.
south.
It's Bigfoot all along.
That's
It's
it.
just a Chattanoogan myth. That's why it's a problem.
Yeah, it's the Chattanooga choo-choo, don't you know?
It's from the Noog.
Oh dear. I'm only suggesting that as the man is clearly suffering. There is every chance he is suffering from some sort of psychotic break, and he's been on the brandy. We can't guarantee that what he's saying is true until
You're not wrong.
it's
is
independently
fair.
verified. That's how science works. I'm proficient in science.
As our chief scientist here, why don't you go take a look then, and the rest of us will wait a year and see if anything bad happens.
Do we think the key could be useful? Did we do anything with the key, or is it still on him?
It's still on him.
Cool. Where's a rogue when you need one?
Oh, well, I can help with that. I'm pretty stealthy myself. My stealth is 65, so I'm more than happy to try to take this key off this man.
I'd love to wait until you're just about to try it, and I'll just give him a poke and wake him up. But
There is a
think that's
sleight of
pretty
hand.
funny.
Oh, I'm not good at that one. Never mind.
No.
Let me check mine.
I'm only a 10.
My hands they've not been. That's why I don't do surgery anymore. You see, my hands.
Where is sleight of hand?
Aren't you well, it's right. You see, if you look at the order of the words,
So, yeah. So
it's
that's-
under the third column, and then go down, and
Just above
it's
spot
under
hidden.
some. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's right in front of me. Yeah, I've got a 10 on that, so.
What do you got on that, Lindsay?
Oh, sorry. I was making Father Doctor.
Father Doctor.
What am I doing? Stealth?
Yeah. What's
What's your sleight of hand?
I have a 50.
on sleight of hand?
Oh, wait. On stealth. Wait. Sleight of hand 10. Never mind.
All right.
I
Well,
thought, not me.
I'll do
what
it.
I have? Flashlight. Oh, hang on. Now, may I? I do have
yeah.
A scalpel in my bag.
You're gonna cut
perhaps
his hand off?
Yeah, I'm just going to cut his head off. And then
Little
take it
bloodletting.
that way. That's a lot easier. Yeah, it's fine. It'll do in the world of good. And instead of perhaps trying to lift it up and over his head without, because he's probably asleep, Sparko, it might be a bit difficult. Rather than try that, could I try and cut the string, cut the rope, the thing, or was it a chain?
It is literally a piece of string. So I will say, given that it is like an acting doctor's bag with actual medical supplies, the scalpel would still be sharp enough. So I will say, without any check needed, it's fairly easy. He's very drunk and asleep to just
I'm not a surgeon.
grab a couple of
but-
bits of the string
I'll have a
and
go.
snap.
Yeah, excellent.
And of
Then,
course, his head comes off with the string.
Yes.
I said hand. To be fair, I said hand, and Lawrence
know,
was
and then
like,
Lawrence
"I cut
said
off his
head."
Yeah, I thought it's around his neck.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it's in his. Wasn't it?
Yes.
Wasn't it tucked in his shirt?
Yes. It was around his neck,
There we go.
like a little necklace. So you just grab
excellent.
the string, slice it with the scalpel, off it comes.
Perfect. And with a touch of it, with a whiff of insanity, and go, no, this is all made up. It's all just balderdash nonsense. Gonna take the key and try and unlock the door to Eleanor's room and go, Eleanor, it is I, Dr. Wentworth, your
Your good
former
friend."
trusted mentor.
You head up.
I'm gonna
Um,
go to the base of the stairs, like.
Yeah, I'll be standing there too.
Let's go.
Not because I'm scared or
Yeah.
anything. I just want to hear wailing. It's really
I
loud.
just think it's quite a bad idea, don't you?
Is the
No,
father
we need
following or
evidence.
staying at the bottom of the stairs with the others?
I'm going to go with the good doctor.
Oh,
case-
Father,
Okay.
Well, if indeed there is some spiritual matter that needs to be addressed, I would like to support the good doctor with what I can offer.
Honestly.
Oh man.
You
Lindsay
both
is just
head
grenading
upstairs.
just to get as crazy as possible, as quickly as possible.
Lindsay's like making me fucking insane.
Dr. Wentworth
Let's go.
slides the key into the lock, and with a click, the lock turns. There is no sound currently coming from inside the room. You open the door slowly with a creak. It's not particularly well lit in here, obviously. There is clearly an occupant, but there are no lights on in the room. You can see a vague shape, and with a almost too well-timed moment, the cloud covering as the rain is starting to let up starts to shift. A shaft of light comes in through the window and illuminates Eleanor. You see the floor of the room is covered in shards of what looks to be broken glass, or maybe broken mirrors, potentially, or a single broken mirror. There are blood stains. There is just kind of almost like scraps of flesh strewn around the room. And kind of shuffling through the mess, you can see, quite like the doctor said, almost unrecognizable as a human entity, is Eleanor. She looks unrecognizable. Parts of her seem to be almost made of stone. She's dragging an arm across the floor as she kind of shuffles round. One of her legs seems limp and useless. The other one seems to have kind of shrunk and twisted. She has this strange kind of dragging limp, which is what the detective could hear earlier. And you see as her head kind of turns towards you, she's having to kind of shift her entire body. You can hear creaking and cracking like stone as her neck is trying to turn, but it's too stiff. And as she looks, you can see half of her face almost seems to just be completely twisted and grotesque. One eye is bulging out of its socket, and she just makes direct eye contact with Dr. Wentworth and just...
I don't know. That can't be you. Like shaking hand goes towards like
I
his
need
hip.
Dr. Wentworth and Father Cross to give me a sanity check, please, as they see this horrific creature before them.
Yeah, all right. So we go bonkers and nobody believes us.
Do we hear the wailing from...
Yes. In the background, Rip is doing Fortnite emotes.
I rolled a 76, which is a fail. But
Yes.
there's a little part of me that kind of wants to spend some luck points. I'm not going to lie.
Do it!
But
Do it!
There's an element of I want to see where the bonkers goes.
Meanwhile, the
doesn't
basis
have
like, so is there
a huge
is there
amount of
Mr.
luck.
Leclerc?
Is there a Mr. Leclerc?
Just completely oblivious to all of this.
Let them go crazy.
Yeah. Go on, let's do it. I'll spend. If I meet it, do I beat it?
Yes.
Cool. So I will spend 10 luck.
Ooh.
To go down to 35.
That is a lot.
It's a lot. It's going to be like the only time I use it.
Your luck
Yeah.
only started on a 45.
Yeah,
This
it
is huge.
Wow, it's
Fine.
almost like
Okay.
I had so much more luck than everybody.
And
Go big or go
Father
home.
Cross, rather aptly
failed.
named,
Oh.
of course. This is a big one, because this is an creature.
So is there a Mr. Leclerc?
You take 6 points of sanity damage.
Oh,
Let me just double check what happens
no.
with sanity damage in general. Because at some point things start happening, I just can't remember when.
Do it now.
Also,
No.
I do have to say that Miriam's like, well, no, there's not a Mr. Leclerc. I'm only 24.
Oh, old
Wait
maid.
for it.
Yeah,
Wed.
you pissed
Oh, get
your
away from me.
Ew, gross.
You're so old.
Sorry, I'm dying.
Ah.
Sorry, I'm much more
When you-
interested than a job.
When you fail a sanity roll, the keeper can choose to momentarily control your next action as the fear takes hold of you.
Do it.
God, Lindsay's gonna die if you don't do it.
Perhaps you unwittingly scream or squeeze the trigger of your gun. If you lose 5 or more sanity points as the consequence of a single sanity roll, you have suffered a major emotional trauma. That's what I was looking for. Can you
Emotional
roll a
damage.
D100 for me, please? Because you took 5 points.
Emotional damage. I love that guy.
23.
23. Is that equal to or less than your intelligence?
Let me see. How
Oh, so you're
smart
looking
am
to
I?
fail this one, apparently.
Lindsay wants to fail. I don't think you understand.
No, I
No,
did.
no. If you fail
rolled-
this roll, you remain sane. If you succeed,
I think
you go temporarily insane.
I
I
think Lindsay was a
rolled-
pass.
I rolled lower than the half on my int, so I did
Okay.
pretty good, but that's bad. But that's good.
So, if the result is equal to or less than your intelligence, the investigator fully understands and comprehends what has been seen and goes temporarily insane for, drumroll please, 4 hours.
Well, that's a pretty long time to be insane.
You suffer a bout of madness. Fucking hell, there's so many rolls. So many rolling. Can you roll just a... Oh, keeper chooses or rolls a d10? No, I'll let you roll the d10.
Okay, let me get.
Yeah, let Lindsay go crazy in her own way.
Yeah.
You know, what, I'm gonna use my pumpkin spice one. Here we go.
As
Duh.
Fleetwood Mac
Oh
once
my
said, you can
God,
go crazy
I have
your own
pumpkin
way.
Are they dice with little pumpkins in them?
No, it's just a little orange with like sparkly
Oh.
stuff.
I have
and then
dice with little pumpkins in them somewhere.
and then on the D20 there's like a little mug, little cup of coffee. And then on
know what I-
the D6 there's like a little plate.
That's cute. I love that. Anyway, sorry, Mitchell.
It's alright, I'm just waiting for the roll.
Oh, seven. 7.
7.
It's just a
What
D10,
was it,
right?
sorry?
7.
Yeah. 7.
Oh,
Oh. I don't know what it means, but oh.
The investigator is compelled to get as far away as possible by whatever method available, even if it means taking the only vehicle and leaving everyone else behind. They flee for 1d10 rounds.
Wait a minute, hold on. That's my car.
For the next 6
Not anymore.
seconds, you are
Okay.
currently fleeing from... 6 rounds, sorry. Currently fleeing from the source of the madness.
Okay, so question. How does that work with the 4 hours? So for 4 hours,
I
I'm
don't know.
temporarily...
No.
Let's just go
So
with
the
the 6
fleeing
seconds. 'cause this is...
is the rounds. Hold on. How long is a
Okay.
round?
It's...
Call of Cthulhu, how much time is in a round? Because I'm pretty sure I thought it was as long as it takes for everyone to take an action.
Yeah.
That is
Well,
correct.
So we'll say it's like a minute.
He just... Well, he just screams and goes down the stair. Like,
Yeah.
you know...
And we'll say the action that I get to choose is in conjunction with the screaming and fleeing. He just shoves Dr. Wentworth out the way. You kind of crash into the door a little bit, stumble into the room, and the pair of you see Father Cross running down the stairs, shouting in terror.
with his
Father
little cane.
Cross!
Is that bad?
Father Cross,
Detective
what
Patrol
are you?
pulls his arm
It's just-
back.
Shouting things in Latin and doing the thing.
Belial. He's running down the
He's
stairs.
speaking in tongues.
Asmodeus.
Heresy, blasphemy.
But yes, Dr. Wentworth, you are left in the room with this creature that is wailing at you. As you shakily call out to Eleanor, she wails again.
He's gathering his senses after being rather rudely bumped into, as the good father apparently just loses it. Frozen in fear, his legs probably just failing to follow the father away, and just being frozen, staring at this horrific visage that was allegedly once Eleanor. I imagine he is going for his gun and, trying his best, steady sergeant hand. and probably pointing it vaguely in her direction, ready to fire, to just, what is this creature?
You would see as well, as you're kind of like starting to reach, she kind of almost like loses interest for a moment in you and starts shuffling around the room again. You can see there is like books, research notes strewn around in the room quite clearly now that the room's a bit more illuminated. And you see as she kind of seems to catch sight of something out the corner of her eye, and it seems to be a larger, less broken shard of mirror. And you watch as she kind of looks down at this. You can see she sees her reflection and immediately starts screaming in pure rage. This big, almost stone-like fist just starts hammering at this piece of mirror, smashing it to dust. And the minute she can't see herself anymore, she immediately calms.
Definitely not firing. Then definitely not firing. That's like he's going to just
This
kind
is
of
like
process
as
that for
the
a
gun
moment.
comes up, you see her moving, and you're like, what's happening?
There could well be a shred of humanity left in there. Is there some Eleanor left that we can get back? Eleanor, it's me. It's Harold. Let's just. What the hell happened to you? What did you take? What is this? Like he's expecting some sort of like coherent answer from her.
It's just that same wail over and over again. As Father Cross has now reached the bottom of the stairs, kind of pushed past the others, and is starting to regain his composure a bit.
Sort of shouting.
Maybe taking a step outside, getting some fresh air, and just.
Yeah. After he screams.
It's quite all right. You can come back now.
Please.
Wasn't that bad?
Please come back.
What was it? The smell or something?
He's gonna stand outside, get a few deep breaths after all the screaming, rub on the rosary crucifix combo Pandora charm bracelet, and
She went to Jared.
then starts heading back inside. Does the thing again. It has a name. I don't. Why did I pick a priest? Who knows? Yeah,
I know why you picked a priest. It's because you rolled a die to see which character you would randomly get.
Yeah. So after screaming, "Save me from the monster that is eating me," he goes back inside and hobbles slowly back up the steps, still muttering a prayer under his breath. And from outside the room, like he doesn't go back in, he just kind of like leans against the wall, like the door is back to his side, so he's like turning and talking into it. Perhaps it would be in our and her best interest to do as the good doctor downstairs suggested, and see if we can locate this tonic, and perhaps, God willing, we'll be able to reverse this blasphemous form that has been placed upon this poor woman.
Are you quite all right, Father Doctor?
Not even a little, but
Did you take my car keys? Like, oh wait, I should ask that as Stephanie. Stephanie asked, did you take Miriam's car keys? Like, were you trying to run away? Because she did.
No,
she did.
I think he just hobbled. Like, I don't know how familiar he is with cars. Like, I know there are cars, but I don't know that it's been like something he's had to like. He's just a.
Yeah, it was just
This man doesn't understand
an
vehicles.
option in terms of how the fleeing works.
Yeah.
But this,
Like,
in this
wait.
sense, it was probably more like just running for the front door to get out, and it kind of ran out as you were stepping outside into the air, and you've managed to steal yourself.
Yeah, he wasn't going to take the time to like crank the front of your car, however the fuck it works in the 20s.
I don't know how cars work, says Father Doctor. I still use a horse and a buggy.
I have this very neat bicycle that has 2 wheels. One is very small.
Penny farthing.
Stupid.
Yeah. He hops on his penny farthing, makes it to the corner, and is like, wait.
Oh my
I also
God.
do enjoy that no one has questioned the fact that the doctor just whipped out a fucking revolver from his bag.
Oh, Dr. Wentworth? Wait, but he's still upstairs. We didn't see him.
Yeah, we didn't see that.
That's true.
Yeah. Yeah.
Did he
I mean,
walk
you as
downstairs with
players
the gun in
didn't
his...
react to Lawrence going, I whip out my gun.
Listen, that doctor has seen some things.
Yeah. Sometimes the kindest thing to do.
Is to just put it
Walks into the
down.
operating
Yeah,
theatre,
exactly.
cocks the
okay.
hammer.
Too far gone. No. Sorry.
I've got to go feed the dogs
Surgery
really quick. I'm
performed.
so sorry. I'll be
To
right
be
back.
fair, I feel like Father Doctor has probably gotten at least maybe not put him on edge or anything, but has planted the seeds of like, this could be a possession, this could be a monster, this could be and so like the logical doctor goes upstairs and then sees this woman who's like half monster and is like, oh fuck.
Yeah.
Oh my Christ. Oh, definitely. Yeah, I mean, he's rattled, there, no doubt.
Yeah.
I think that praise be unto the flying spaghetti monster that there's that element, that whiff of humanity that could still be in there. Otherwise, it'd like empty the revolver into the stone thing, that weird monster, and then we'd all be going home in what's her faces in Chesty LaRue's car, in her automobile.
It's really weird to like explain that one to the police. Well, we got her husband drunk and then we went upstairs and we shot her and then but we swear it was all on the up and up.
I know how to explain it to the police. They were running booze.
Oh.
You,
Stop them.
He's a detective, it's fine.
Look at all the
you
alcohol
can
he has
see
in the
as
study.
well, now that the mirror's gone, or the shard is gone, and with the handgun having been lowered, she is back to just kind of slowly shuffling around the room. Every now and then just kind of like uselessly pawing at a couple of opened books on the ground.
Eleanor, look, we will get to the bottom of this. You know me. You know my research. We must find a cure, but you must stay here. It is not safe for you out there. Your husband is fine. He is asleep. There are a few of us who have come to try and understand what has happened to you, and give us a little time and we will do what we can, but you must stay here. I will lock the door and we will I want you to be safe. If you get out, things will probably not end well, and I will not let that happen to you, not again. Just like looking for some sort of like, like yarp.
I mean, yeah, there kind of is that like glimmer of recognition, but at the same time, she almost seems to be paying you absolutely no mind and is just shuffling around the room, occasionally looking at the books on the floor. Doesn't look like she'd leave, and even if she did, it'd probably just be more shuffling around the house.
Yeah, I mean, then I'll just kind of like keep eyes on, make sure that the gun is safely away, because gun safety is important. Back out the room, carefully lock the door, and like yell downstairs. being like, we're gonna come back for this, and like make a show of putting the key on top of like the door frame, so that like it's not gonna fall out of somebody's pocket. It's it's not gonna get lost or like, oh, who had the key? It's up here. Gonna leave it up on top of the door frame, and we're gonna come back for this and start heading down the stairs, and like he is sweating like he's just seen some shit.
What's your diagnosis? What is it?
Yeah, what's wrong with her?
Hysteria.
Yeah, she's a woman, you see. It is clearly not morbus Caligari. It is not that. I don't know what it is, but it doesn't matter what it is. What matters is curing her. And there must be some lead for us somewhere.
That bad, huh? Well, you did send.
I mean, she could always join a freak show.
Oh my God!
She did have a beard. It's a very good point.
See,
she can gain honest work.
Suspended now.
Which is
Very crass for a detective. Oh, goodness. All right, well...
I'm a detective, not a doctor, so I don't need bedside manners.
That doesn't mean that you get to be crass. All right, anyway.
Sorry, son, your mother's dead.
Jesus.
Sucks.
Sucks to suck, hey. Right, well, I think that we considered going to see Amos's home and his family. Do you think that's a good idea, since it seems like he might have passed from something very similar?
He seems to be one of our only leads currently, so...
Well, once again, he is dead, but
I know,
his family...
I meant like, he's still...
Well,
we can
I'm
still
just
find stuff at
letting
his
you
house. We can still investigate his house where he died, so...
Well, you're the detective.
Okay.
So I'll trust you on that.
So you're going to what's his fucking name? Amos Willoughby. Willoughby's
Indeed.
house.
Yes, his house.
Okay.
Amos Willoughby.
I'm having to fight the urge to call him Amos Degree.
Okay. So it is
I
some
understood that
distance away,
reference.
but as did I. Of course, Miss Leclerc is somewhat familiar with. She knows roughly where he would be, having spoken to him.
And I have a car.
Made friends with him, exactly. So you would either have to be walking for quite a while or taking the car. So you could absolutely drive everyone there. I'm not going to make you make a car check.
Thank God.
A woman driver.
I'm sorry, I didn't see that you had a car, and she's a nice car too. She's got a where's my car? My car stuff.
Shit, where did I leave it? It's
I have
down
a
in the gear and
Packard touring
possessions.
car. Sturdy but slow. It's a Packard though. So what the fuck kind of car do you have, detective? Detective asshole.
She says as she slams the door.
Either you're getting in the car or you're gonna have to walk like 10 miles, so...
Alright, fine. At least take a sip of this. He pulls out a flask. At least calm your womanly nerves.
I'm not going to drink and drive!
Dr. Wentworth just sat in the back with his seatbelt on, just hugging his knees. 3 different seatbelts on.
I'm enjoying that Judy Garland has made a guest appearance. This is great.
So you all
Yeah, I don't
get
know what
inside
happened
the
to my
car.
voice. It's
Yeah, I don't know.
I'm loving
but-
it. I'm loving it.
I don't know.
You
Here for it.
you get
It
in the
is
car.
giving very
She
Judy Garland though.
drives you to the residence of Amos Willoughby, deceased. It's a modest flat. It's a 2nd-story walk up near Rivertown.
Could be
as
better.
you kind
Could
of
be worse.
make your way over to it, there is a landlady, Mrs. Flynn. You would, Miss Leclerc would be familiar with the name, whether or not she's actually met her before. Up to you, but Amos would have absolutely spoken about his landlady. She was a lovely woman, let him get away with practically murder, considering, she'd let him off rent every now and then when he couldn't quite make ends meet, back before he'd cobbled together his business and made his way up through the world, and started attending those gatherings. She really helped him back when he was in some darker spots, which is part of the reason why he continued to stay in the flat, and he's helped her a lot in return. And she kind of opens the main door to this kind of like group of flats. You can see, I think Father Cross would immediately spot there is a shaky cross being held to her chest as she opens the door. And, hello.
Good
Well,
evening,
hi
ma'am.
there. Oh. Oh, no, please, by all means,
I
detective.
mean, if you know her, you can speak to her.
Well, I do. I believe that we've met before in the past. Perhaps as a
Yes,
property owner. Myself.
Miss Leclerc.
Leclerc, yes.
Pleasure to see you again.
Great to see you as well.
Presumably, you've heard about Amos.
I have. That's actually why we're here. We're trying to see if he may have left any clues as to what have might happened to him. And I'm very concerned about it. But the detective here has come to me, and we have the father and Dr. Wentworth as well. The son and the Holy Ghost was with us at all times. We're just trying to make sense of nonsense, considering how young Amos was. Maybe I don't know how old he was, but just
Fairly young. Young enough. That it's a shock. You see she kind of nods shakily, gulps, and I thought he was getting better. That's
it happens.
the worst of it. And she kind
I
of
understand.
leads you through, unlocks the door with a shaky hand. Inside the flat itself, the air is quite stale. The curtains are completely drawn, and there's just this lingering sour smell in the corners of the room. You can see there is a table in the center of this main room. My God.
What is happening?
Lawrence, are you okay?
Oh, yes. Apologies.
It sounded like an almost cartoonish, like, collection of shit falling into each other.
Yeah, honestly.
I thought it just off camera. What it was is my fiance was feeding the cats. It was the dry food going into the bowl.
Oh,
That makes a lot
I
of
was
sense.
gonna say it was
your
Kat.
microphone.
How dare your fiance?
You have a great microphone.
You do.
I do.
Beyonce's feeding your cat?
Yes. Liberté, égalité, Beyonce.
But yes,
Why didn't you
on
play
the
the piece?
on the table in the middle of the
Honestly.
room, you can see there is about half a glass of this kind of blackish red liquid in an unlabeled medicine bottle, with a symbol scratched into the glass of a sideways eye.
Ooh.
And she,
Interesting.
left everything as it was in case your sort, kind of points shakily at the detective, thought it prudent to investigate, and she just kind of hastily exits the room.
Okay.
What an odd lady. Well, that vial looks pretty important. She points.
Who, me? Says the vial. Nah.
Not me. I'm
He
good.
seems cool.
I'm good.
I'm
See?
just your friendly neighborhood bottle. I'm walking
Okay.
here.
Walking here.
She had a look.
I like to go up and without touching it, I kind of want to inspect the vial if I can.
Yeah, the bottle. Absolutely. You can give me a search or a spot hidden check.
I will do a. Which one do I have better? Let me see.
Come on, detective. Detect.
Can't see.
You got this.
I don't see search.
Should be. Hold on. Because I feel like I remember search being off somewhere different, which is really annoying.
Give this.
I can't remember where it is now. So yeah, we'll just call it a spot hidden. Because it's like, so for example, if you look at where it says intelligence, there's idea, and education has no, and search is similar. There is a search check somewhere. I can't remember what dictates it.
Nobody knows, honestly.
We're all failing our search checks.
Hey! Dr. Wentworth dies immediately.
Yeah,
Deserved.
Just drops dead.
it's a good run.
Late onset insanity.
Run.
So yes, spot hidden. It will be
Okay, so
detective.
that's a 1.
Hell yeah. With a 1, with a pretty fucking good success. I'm pretty sure that's like the crit, whatever the crit's called. What's it called? Oh, it is just called a critical. Fine, so it's a critical success. So you actually notice a couple of things with that. I'll say it's more than just the bottle catches your eye. So the bottle itself is unlabeled. The liquid inside is thick, and it's almost like it's begun to congeal,
Bernie.
which is somewhat strange for some medicines. You can see as well on the table, there is what looks to be a journal that was kind of like stashed under a newspaper. And as well, literally right next to the table, you can see almost like one of the floorboards, one corner seems to be slightly raised, almost like the floorboard itself has been pried up and put back in place a few times.
What'd you say it was? A cupboard or?
So there's a journal on the table kind of under some
Journal.
newspapers, and then there's a loose floorboard from the looks of things.
Oh, floorboard. Okay, yeah.
Also, pardon me, I must take the dogs out. So sorry. It is.
All right. I'll kind of take a look at the journal real quick and give that a little flipperoo.
Let me double check if I have a copy of the journal. For some reason, I don't. That's an oversight. That's the wrong person's journal. I clearly made one journal and then just forgot to make the second one. That's fine. I do have other parts of it, just not the handout for it. But basically, the journal itself, as you kind of flip through, seems to be almost tracking the onset of basically just a problem he's been having recently. He feels like he has no energy, almost like the life's draining out of him. His bones are aching, his muscles ache. So he was told of this medicine that a quite frail old man down the street had taken, and it had turned him into a spry young gentleman again. Word had reached his ears. So he was approached by people at one of the gatherings that Miriam has spoken about, as did the doctor at the previous location. They mentioned this miracle cure that he'd been looking into, and he purchased some off them. He had been taking the medicine once every 3 nights, and the final entry in the journal says, "Woke up, couldn't feel my skin. Mirror lies, feel him in the walls."
Okay, in that case, I will go over to that floorboard and see if I can jimmy it loose.
Cool. At the same time as well, in the meantime, people can also do medicine or science on the liquid in the bottle, or an occult or mythos check on the eye symbol if they would like.
Yeah, I'll do
But
that.
as
That's
you
my
jimmy the
forensics team.
floorboard, yes, As you
I-
jimmy the
I'll-
floorboard, I'm going to switch to what is normally the map view because I have a handout for that one.
Okay. I have a weirdly high medicine. If the doctor wants help, is that a thing? Is there a help action?
I'll say there is.
All right. I will happily take a stab at trying to figure out the goop.
Not
So I
that
remember how
handout.
I've
This
written mine as well.
handout. Handout number 3 is the one I'm looking for.
Ooh, snap. I got a half result. I got a 37 off
Hell
of my 75.
And what's that for?
Medicine. Checking the
Medicine.
bottle of the congealed goop.
Cool.
There's allegedly
So in the
medicine.
mid-session chat is the pamphlet that you find under the loose floorboard. Is
Oh, I
Father
love
Cross
the
doing any check?
era-specific font.
Father Cross.
Oh, I was helping. Do I need? Oh, I need to.
Oh,
I
you were
thought I was
helping.
just
No, that's fine.
helping.
That's fine. Sorry, I forgot if you were doing a check or not. That's what I was checking. But yes, so Detective Callahan, as you lift the floorboard, you see there is a pamphlet kind of hastily stuffed underneath it. Also, from the looks of it, a space where the journal may have been kept, but it's clearly like this last entry went in and he died shortly after before he had a chance to hide his journal again. And you see this pamphlet says, "An evening of revelation. The blessed congregation gathers once more beneath the eye of the Watcher. Whosoever thirsts for deliverance from mortal affliction, whosoever seeks the balm that endures beyond the grave, shall find succor in his embrace. Bring no doubts, no questions, only faith. The veil shall be lifted. When the clock chimes 8, descend through the red door at St. Christopher's Hollow. Seek the lantern's light. Blessed be those who drink and are made whole."
I don't feel like this is your average Bible class.
I can confirm it is not.
And with the medicine check, it is very clear to you. You said it was a half, wasn't it?
Correct, yeah. So my score is a 75, a half is a 37, and I rolled precisely 37.
There
Thanks to the
is
help from the good Father Doctor.
there is inside this glass bottle about a cupful of blood.
Oh,
And
fuck.
it is, from the looks of things, quite possibly not human blood.
So
You
to
know
hold
how
it up.
human blood congeals.
Unfortunately, he sort of holds it up to any sort of faint light source, and tips it a little, and kind of dares to have something akin to a sniff of it, and it's Father, what say you? This looks like blood. Not human blood, but I would almost bet my next rent payment of 2 dimes and a nickel that this is blood.
In the background, the
Me.
floorboard has just been ripped up.
Have
God, you paid 2 times and a nickel for rent.
a look.
Mr.
Held
High
you.
Roller over here.
Oh, right, high roller.
You have a look at the blood as well.
Can
It is.
Yeah, I'll
very
look at the
clearly
blood. Yeah. Dip my finger in it and do the finger rub.
Ew.
The finger rub thing.
I
Listen.
would advise you to wash your hands very thoroughly. Oh, no,
Grody.
I don't believe
is-
in hand hygiene. Hand hygiene is not a thing yet.
Yeah.
No,
I would
just
say,
wait for
like,
Typhoid
it's-
Mary. She's coming.
Quite clear, without any sort of check. Like it's very clearly blood or blood-like substance that's been mixed with something else. No idea what, but like
It's-
something to make it probably a bit more pourable and drinkable. If people are drinking this as medicine,
Seems
Brandy.
like something's been mixed with
probably
it. I don't.
whiskey. Let's be honest.
I think. Yeah, I think this is blood and whiskey. Yeah, it seems.
That's
How?
Truly, the
I don't-
medicine that cures all.
That's not
blood
how you
and
make a
whiskey.
Bloody Mary.
I like my old
Depends
fashioned
on the
meat.
Mary. But yeah, if you're holding the bottle as well, you can see this sideways eye symbol on it. If you want, you can make an occult or mythos check.
I think I will. I think I will. I'm gonna grab 2 random dice and see what they do.
Chugging a little bit, baby.
All right. I don't think I got it, but let me look. But yeah, I don't got it. I got it way above.
Not ringing any bells to you as you kind of like, as you're finishing rubbing your fingers, you're looking at the eye symbol, you see the detective standing up, clutching a pamphlet,
Well,
which is in the mid-session chat and currently on stream.
yeah.
Yeah.
Well, this detective, I think I detect whiskey in this, and you've got a location there. Do you know of any bootleggers in that general area? That might be a connection, right? You've been going on about prohibition.
Itch, would I?
I will say, I mean, because it's part of your background that you've been looking into some shit that you're being suspended for, so maybe this is part of the shit you were looking into. There's been a few rumors of activity kind of closer to the banks, or I believe, let me just double check, Act 2, because we're still on number 1. There is kind of towards the banks of the Miskatonic River, you've been hearing some rumors of bootlegging activity. You would know kind of, you know your area that you kind of patrol and that you've been investigating.
Maybe, yes.
Around that area is, of course, the Miskatonic University. There is the Blackwood Sanatorium not too far away, which was, of course, mentioned previously. And just kind of a number of, like, apothecaries and various other kind of similar shops where, like, you've probably gone in to have a sniff around about possible bootlegging, especially, like, the apothecaries and such. And you've been kind of shooed away by some of the detectives that you maybe have a suspicion are being paid to look the other way, and maybe that's part of what's led to this suspension of yours, and why everyone thinks you're just insane and looking too deep into things that you shouldn't be.
Because I have backbone, unlike those other dicks.
As you investigate the bizarre disappearance the department wanted buried.
Yeah.
So I'd
dicks
say...
as in detective short.
Yes.
Right, not just.
Yes.
I would definitely
Wrong
say as
website.
well, the disappearances that you'd been investigating, a lot of the rumors leading to the Blackwood Sanatorium and the nearby areas and buildings in the Miskatonic River. So it is very much an area of interest already. And St. Christopher's Hollow is one such street along the banks of the river, with a number of apothecaries.
Oh, well, if there are apothecaries there, that could be where this alleged medicine's coming from.
Could be, yes.
I say we can go there next. Give that a look.
I concur.
Fair enough. So, are you just leaving straight away? Is there anything else you want to do in the flat?
Is there anything else anyone wants to do?
Anyone else
good.
can also feel free to do a check on that eye symbol. You would have all seen it as you walked in. It would just be occult or mythos on the eye
Yeah,
symbol.
go on. I mean, let's have a look. Shits and giggles.
My cult is 5.
Mine is better than 5, but not by much. But it does. I've got this. There's occult stuff in the story. Our survey says No.
Detective Callahan has no time for the occult.
I don't have time for these tall tales.
I think. Does Miriam have any occult? Do you want to do a check? Let's have a look.
I have mine's a 5.
Oh, yours also a 5. Fair enough.
Yeah, not very good.
Okay, so you can by all means just head off. Is that what you would like to do?
Yeah, I guess so.
Cool.
So,
So as you kind of head out the flat, you can
We're on the
see, almost kind of like leaning on the door frame of his own flat. Excuse me. Seems to be one of Amos's neighbors, very clearly waiting for you guys to emerge from the flat.
Oh.
Oh, hello there.
Hi. I don't know if I've lost her fucking name now. Miss Flynn, that's her name. I don't know if Miss Flynn mentioned to any of you anything in particular about Amos. I know she doesn't really like to talk about it too much, but you know, I saw the detective. I figure if you're all here on police business, maybe it's maybe something useful that'll help you. About I'd say 3-4 weeks maybe before he died, Amos had been visiting a healer that he said was working out of the basement of an abandoned apothecary over near the Miskatonic River.
Okay.
I never went to check it out myself. I didn't need any healing, you know. I mean, look at me. I'm a physically strapping fellow. I've got my whiskey. No, I don't have any whiskey, sir. I've got everything I need to stay, you know, strong and healthy. I didn't need no dodgy healers in abandoned apothecaries, you know. But that's where he said he'd been going before he died, and all of a sudden, kaput. You know, I'm walking here, and he's dead.
Shit. I mean, you're not currently walking.
No, I mean, I'm leaning here, but... Exactly. Sorry, that's my dog.
Right.
I want to say panda. Maybe
No,
it was
that
her
wasn't
barking.
mine.
I don't know. They're different barks.
Oh, that was my.
Those were
Damn
his
it.
dogs. Yeah, get it right. I pay the price. No, Pandora's
City has so many
Lane.
wild dogs around.
So many wild dogs.
Yeah, I mean, it's the 20s. We probably don't have the pound yet. They're just roaming the fucking streets.
We just shoot them. God. What a terrible time.
I think we're working on the Pomeranian. I
Oh,
don't
don't
know
worry,
when
it's
that
only
happened,
getting way
to be
worse.
perfectly honest.
Honestly. Right. So what was the name of the apothecary? Do you know?
I don't know, but I figure there can't be too many abandoned ones, you know?
That's fair.
I guess so. Well, you're
Otherwise,
not
I mean,
wrong.
why would you be going there for business? This is a pretty shit part of town to be going for business if they're all fucking abandoned.
Well, you're not wrong, I guess. All right. Well, thank you for the information. I mean, we did find this little vial. Did somebody grab the vial or no?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we have it. We've all looked at it.
Yeah, we did find a little vial in there that looked like it had blood in it or something. Something mixed
Hey,
with blood,
whoa,
even.
what? That's gross. No.
Wow.
Yeah, they'll be
I
sharing.
did not need to know that.
They'll be sharing everything with him.
He's just a neighbor.
Look, I saw the detective. I figured, look, maybe I scratch your back, and maybe in the future, if anything ever happens, he'll remember that, you know, I gave him some information vital to his case. Yeah, bye.
Hey,
Just slowly retreats into his flat.
I feel like this man's trying to bribe a detective.
Oh, we'll pray for his soul.
It's the 20s, we're all... Sorry, he's behind the door. It's the 20s, we're all doing it.
He can try all he wants. I'm uncorruptible. Hides all 5 of the wristwatches I have around my arm.
Can't be corrupted if you're suspended. It's not a bribe if you're not working there.
Okay.
Honestly.
I'll be right back.
It's just a friend.
Right.
But yeah, you could absolutely jump in the car and drive on down to the Miskatonic River.
I think that's the best option. Honestly, everybody get in the car.
Aye, cut the brakes. Fuck you.
Cut the brakes.
Wild
Oh my
card,
God.
baby.
Ooh. Pandora,
But yeah, so
that
you-
was not a. You didn't have to
You
get out.
have this pamphlet in hand, the glass vial. You make your way down to the Miskatonic River, and you can kind of see there are a few kind of small houses and some small shops along the banks of the river, and kind of in the far distance is the rather impressive building of the Miskatonic University, and kind of maybe a mile or two out from the university is the Blackwood Sanitarium. But as you kind of pull up along the banks of the river, because I guess parking lots haven't been invented yet,
Yeah, I mean, guess you're
you
not
don't need
wrong.
to
Ram
pay and
shit that has
display.
been
That's not a
invented.
thing here. Pay and display was 1930, of course.
I don't know what that is.
It's okay, Lawrence does, and that's good enough for
I got
me.
you. Don't worry, Mitch. It's fine. I got you.
Everywhere you park here, it's have you paid and displayed? But yeah, you are along the banks of the river. What would you like to do?
Well, I guess we've got to find that abandoned apothecary with this that's been selling this weird vial
Indeed.
to people, perhaps.
What time is it currently? Let me check my watch.
Which is
It would be about 7 o'clock in the evening.
7 o'clock in the evening.
Oh God, I haven't even had dinner yet.
As Detective Callahan checks his multiple wristwatches and Father Cross checks his pocket watch.
I could perhaps act more feebly than I normally would feel, and you could call for help. And that's silly. Let's just look for an abandoned building. There's got to be a
I do think that's the option. That's a good idea.
symbol of, apothecary-ness.
But I can't imagine there'd be too many abandoned buildings around. Our economy's so good right now. Everyone's investing and buying buildings.
Booming economy.
Boom.
What could possibly go wrong?
I personally have all my
Nothing.
money in the banks.
Oh, well, of course. I've got all my money in a mattress. That's what my uncle told me to do. My great
That'd be-
uncle.
Oh, come
one
on,
that
don't be
went missing.
paranoid. Our banks are too big to fail.
Right, well,
So, can everyone
I
then
mean, I'm
give
personally
me
not worried.
a spot hidden check?
God.
Wasn't that
I
supposed to
will-
be a once in a generation thing? And I'm pretty sure we've experienced like 2 since then in like the last 10 years.
Yep.
I mean, the Great War is
Honestly.
already over. Like, that's it.
yeah,
You had the big great one.
that's-
That's the war to end all wars, clearly.
Yes, you'll note that all of your credit ratings are 0 on your character sheets.
I've got a
Truly
27, but I'm going
reflect
to use
real
some luck
life.
points.
I got a
I'm-
45.
I'm going to use 2 luck points to drop that down to 25, so I pass.
I also pass.
So 45. I'll use my luck. Well, actually, you guys are using your luck points, so
I mean,
I'll
go
follow
ahead.
you. No, that's probably you. I'll save our luck points for
Ooh.
whenever we're playing the slots or something.
Yeah, I can't wait to play slot.
I forgot about this guy.
Apparently, the good doctor has passed his spot hidden check as well with a 31.
Oh,
We've all done so well.
We are
So
smashing
everyone,
it.
strangely
Except for the
enough,
detective.
except the detective. We'll say
It's
kind of
okay,
something
he's
across
really-
the street catches
he's
his
trying.
eye.
A cat.
Nobody said he was a
Someone's
good
being
detective.
shaken down in the corner, and he's just keeping an eye to make sure it doesn't get violent. But yes, you make your way down this street, and it's kind of nestled quite seamlessly in between a few other apothecaries, actually, funnily enough. But you do find the one that is potentially abandoned. It looks like it's not in use. The lights are all off. The windows are boarded up. And there is kind of like a single wooden plank over the front of this red door that marks as the entryway. Huh.
Say,
Well then, take. Well, there's just a single plank. The father doctor will walk over and is there like room for him to kind of like use his walking stick as like a crowbar?
Go
Just
for
try
it.
to
Love that.
pop it off there. Some no nonsense action right here. Let's see. With his little noodle arms.
I will say that will be a strength check.
All right.
You're 55.
Okay, it's not too bad.
Not too bad.
Ooh, I got a 27.
That's your half.
Look at that. Oh, it is right on the money.
You watch as no nonsense. The holy priest just strides up to the door. Jimmy is this walking stick in, and you guys are like, I mean, the guy needs a cane to walk, and it's a fucking walking stick. How
The
sturdy
power
can
of
that
Christ compels me.
be? And he just creaks this bar off the door. It was kind of... You can see as you're doing it as well, it's been kind of nailed onto the door, but as you're kind of jimmying it, you can see some of the nails are a bit looser, almost like people do somewhat regularly potentially remove the nails, lift the bar, and open the door. But it's not the most used entrance currently, but you do just pry the bar off the door, presumably quietly put it to the ground. I hope I'm not overstepping assuming that.
No. I mean, he's not a loud person. I think I described him earlier. He's very Milo-esque. He's not
Like
out here trying to...
It's a no-nonsense prying, but not, like, obnoxious and loud. Just straight over, get it done, lower it down.
Yeah, the consistent pressure, it doesn't cause a lot of issues.
Yeah, there's a slight creak to it, but, like, there's noises going on outside. Even if someone inside did hear the creak, they would just hand wave it as a noise from the outside. I mean, you can hear there are signs hanging from the other apothecaries that every now and then creak in the wind, almost the exact same as this bar being pried off. So
then,
very easy to just must have been the wind.
Yeah, he'll step aside and motion to the door. Detective, he would.
All right. I'm gonna pull my 38 snub-nosed revolver out of my shoulder holster.
Oh my goodness.
Oh,
This is gonna be some serious policing gear. No.
He pulls out the 38 special, as they call it in the rules. His service revolver, which surely if he was suspended, he should have had to hand in.
yeah. Who knows? Rules were weird back then.
Yeah, that's true.
Honestly.
I went in, I slammed my badging gun on my boss's desk. He said, "How'd you get this? You're a store clerk."
You head in, gun drawn. The lights are all off currently. Give me a spot hidden check, please.
Anything for you?
Oh.
Let's see. 6. Wow.
6, hell yeah.
Thank you, Chessex.
Yeah.
Not sponsored.
With
Not
a...
sponsored.
Please
But could
do.
be. But
Yeah.
we love you.
You can see as you kind of shuffle in, there is kind of like a back room, and there is a light on in the back room.
Back
Very
rooms?
clearly, no one has noticed you come in, but you can hear the sounds of like jingling bottles, someone kind of shuffling around. And it seems like the only thing kind of dividing you is a very light wooden door. You can see as well, there is kind of like a side entrance, and that looks a lot more used than this barred up door, and it looks like you would have kind of had to, basically try and navigate your way around the buildings to find this very strange side alley that must lead to this side door, and that's potentially how people are getting in and out. And I will say that's all you see with your 6.
Okay. Sounds like there are people in there, apparently.
At the very least, one person.
Well, should we confront them, or...?
Well, I mean, suppose so.
We'll say the
Yeah,
spot
so
hidden
he-
as well was good enough that, like, you've spotted this, you've then been able to, like, stealthily make your way back out, close the door behind you, and now you can kind of, like, talk to the others, and you could fairly confidently head... Like, the door's not fully closed, you're just holding it shut enough that whoever's inside couldn't hear you.
Okay, well...
Perhaps. Wait, what the? Let me look at the flyer.
One of you has a doctor's bag as well, which I believe in this era might have some chloroform in it as anesthetic.
perfect.
Quite possibly.
Yeah, it's good for
Don't
calming
quote
children
me
down.
on that.
It's a movie chloroform, though, so it works instantly and doesn't take 10 to 20 minutes.
Like
isn't-
regular chloroform.
There's nothing officially written on the doctor's gear and possessions about
No, so
chloroform.
the whole... I did check it when I was putting it in. So basically the idea of a doctor's bag is
Oh, I see.
it just has reasonable medical supplies for a
I'm
practicing
with
doctor.
you.
So in the 1920s, chloroform continued to be a primary anesthetic, primarily used with the open drop method dripped onto a gauze held over the patient's face.
Decent. Yes.
Why?
Oh, yes. Yeah, my good time,
So-
nighttime, sleepy time,
Quite
snoozy
possibly
snooze.
do have some chloroform in that doctor's bag of yours, given that it was one of the primary anesthetics.
Very probably.
Okay. Is this apothecary anywhere near St. Christopher's Hollow? Are we close
So
by?
that is the street that you are on.
Okay. Was the door red?
It was indeed.
Oh.
I saw one of you noticed it when I mentioned the bar across the red door, and I can't remember who it was, but one of you went. I think it might have been Lindsay,
It may have been.
Probably.
All
which
right,
might be why the
so-
question has just come up again now.
So perhaps we maybe Miriam, because she is the more socially affluent of us,
She has a very
could
good fast talk.
I do.
kind of go into the room as though you are seeking help and present this flyer and try, gauge,
Hello?
cough once if there's just one person in there, twice if there's two, if there's more than that, maybe just step back out. We'll, just maybe you could lure them out here so that the good doctor could help them find a peaceful but healthy slumber so that we could investigate.
All right, all
Sarah?
right. All right, well, I guess I'll do what I can.
Don't know what this man's hobbies are, but boy, he's got ideas.
All right. She'll take she'll take it.
Very much a
the-
ghost style priest, I'm getting.
My God. She'll take the flyer and just go like slowly, surreptitiously enter the room, enter the apothecary, and he's like, "Hello, hello, is anybody here? I'm here. I've found your flyer, and I'm very interested in what you have to offer."
You hear a shit and a sound of a glass smashing as you start talking, like you very clearly startled whoever was back there.
I'm so sorry.
The curtain flies open. Sorry, not the curtain. The door flies open. The kind of light wooden door. And you see someone kind of comes shuffling out, holding, kind of just like the classic holder, like candle holder with a little candle burning in it.
Aw.
They come shuffling out rather quickly. And just, sorry, who are you? What do you want?
My name's Miriam, and I'm
We're
interested.
closed, I'm sorry.
Well, you didn't look like you were really open from this get-go, but I found this, and she'll present the flyer to them. I believe this is... I'm interested, you know?
Give me a fast talk.
She just coughs once.
Yes.
Very loud. Come on, baby. Let's do really good. I got a 42. Not
Hell
quite
yeah, that passes.
at this pass.
Your fast talk is a 50.
It sure is.
He kind of snatches the flyer from you. Ah. I see. Yeah, no.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So you're here for the meeting.
I sure am. That should be soon, right?
Yeah, it's about an hour or so, I think. Been working pretty straight. Just you, or?
Well, yes. Why?
All right.
Are more people needed for this? I'm sure I could.
No, it's not a problem. I mean, you come, and he starts kind of waving you over towards the back room.
Well, all right. I guess I'm gonna have to go to the back room then.
Yeah. That's where we're going.
Yes, seems like it.
I think there must have been one person and then another person joined her, but it sounds like
There was two.
And then she leads you into the back room, kind of roughly kicks this very thick rug out the way, and hoists up a trapdoor. Down you go, I guess.
Oh my god!
Sorry, I
who
got
has a
things to do.
trap- I mean, how many people have trap doors in their apothecary? So
Quite a few, I reckon.
interesting.
Fuck if I know.
Really? And what was your? I'm sorry, I didn't get your name. I gave you mine.
That's because I didn't give it to you.
Right. So now I'm asking for it.
Danny.
Danny. No last name.
Danny Apothecary's son. My father was an apothecary.
That's not a real last name. Oh, Danny,
Sure it
you're
is.
so silly.
No, it's Danny Doyle.
Danny Doyle.
He's the apothecary's
oh,
son.
Danny Doyle.
The
The pipes are busting.
Well, Danny
you know,
Doyle, I hope to see you again soon, Danny Doyle.
That's
She
not
just,
a
like,
weird
pat
name
him.
for 1928 America. The fuck you taking the piss
not-
out of? Huh? Fucking Miss
Wait a minute,
Eclair.
he's Irish.
He's Irish. Get rid of him.
Shit, they're onto us, lads. Fuck. Go. Fucking the IRA. Are they IRA? I don't know. All start spilling out.
This took a turn.
That was the real great old one. The IRA
IRA.
with their potato guns.
Fuck.
He kind of waves you down. There's like a rickety kind of wooden small step ladder down into what looks to be some sort of basement.
All right, I'll see you later, Danny Doyle. And she'll like.
Why
wink,
are you
but she's-
shouting in my face?
This is just normal volume. I'm sorry. Are you not a? Clearly, this is just a society thing, and the common people are not used to the volume of which we speak. Fine.
So who's
Fucking
going
hell,
now?
lady, just get down the fucking.
Very normal.
Pushes
All
you
right,
down.
I'm going.
Slams
Don't
the
push me.
trapdoor.
I'm in a heels.
Last thing you hear is the trapdoor sounds. Fuck me, fucking hoity-toity, fucking, and then the thud of the rug.
It's all the inbreeding.
Well, I guess we gotta go in. I guess we gotta go in and follow her. So, Doctor, I say you rush him with chloroform.
You think we should help her?
Chloroform outstretched.
The power of chloroform compels you.
Here, sniff this. Quick, don't think, sniff. Does this rag smell of chloroform to you?
It does now. All right.
But yeah, so she heads off down the trapdoor, and the rest of you are
It
still
does.
outside.
Should we go in? Should we follow? Should I act?
I think so.
Well, we don't have the flyer. She took the only flyer, but do you remember what it said?
Why do these sorts of things always happen to Steph? She goes with
She's
the
just-
plan, and then everyone's just left outside.
I mean, she's just so good at this, you know?
Yeah, just we'll go in and just announce, oh, here's the red door that we were looking for, according to the flyer. It's not a lie. It's all true. We
Yeah.
were really doing that.
Give me a Mr. Cross Persuade.
Oh,
It's all
okay.
about persuasion.
All right,
I'm sure you have
that's-
pretty good persuasion.
Yeah, you know,
I have intimidation.
with the choichin and all.
Persuasion.
With the choichin.
With
Yeah,
the
I got 10
choice.
persuade, so
Let's see, and I want to use.
All right,
You're
the
not
good
very
father has a
persuasive.
70.
My God.
How else can you persuade them to join the flock?
Honestly.
Got a 47.
47.
Damn.
You announce your presence loudly, and you just fuck's sake. Door opens again. Can I help you? You're not supposed to be in here. I mean, a fucking abandoned building. I mean, you're just walking in.
We're here for some sort of meeting to test our faith and something other than. And he just motions to the sky.
Oh my, Jesus Christ! I mean, if it's not one of you, it's fucking what? 1, 2, fucking 3 more of you. I mean, you're gonna get me fucking found up at the. Oh, nothing, detective.
I.
You
If you don't
fancy
mind me
meeting
saying,
you
son.
here.
Well, he is with me. It is all right. I think also having flyers around town would also facilitate in you being found. It very specifically said to come to this location. So-
You would also, detective, probably recognize this guy and the name that got shouted out, Danny Doyle. You've been investigating him for bootlegging for quite a while, and you
This
could never pin it down.
motherfucker.
And you get the sense that's maybe what he's doing in the back room, and that's all the bottles you could hear. And he, nothing. Yeah, follow. If you're looking for the meeting, I guess, let the record show Danny Doyle was cooperative. Right this way, officer.
why are you talking as though I have a microphone under my clothes? That kind of technology hasn't been.
What's a
invented yet.
microphone, sir?
You know, it's like what those people speaking to for the radio plays.
Oh, yeah, no, one of them, sure. I mean, you can fit those under your shirt, fuck you know.
No, that's not been invented yet. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
He, very clearly, like, keeping his back to everything else in the room so that you're focusing on him and nothing else in the room, just, like, slides along the wall, opens the door, gestures you in, keeps always something in view of the table he's working at. Carefully kicks the rug away, like, stretching so far to kick it away. Down there. That's where you're looking to go. Down
Can I do
there.
a spot hidden check?
Sure.
Awesome. Ooh, that's a 21.
So much alcohol. So much bootlegging
25.
going on here that he is trying and failing to conceal as he just like slides a sheet over to him with his foot and just almost like there's no way you could have seen him do this, throws the sheet behind him and just leans on the wall inconspicuously.
All
Down
right,
there.
I'll overlook. But pretend I didn't see any of this.
See any of what? There's nothing going on here. It's just an abandoned building. I'm just sleeping in here. I can't afford my rent. That's all it is.
Better than one of them
fucking-
Hoovervilles.
Fucking a whole nickel. I mean, come on. You're busting my balls.
A whole nickel.
You're busting my balls
What
here.
is this, highway robbery?
It might as well be, officer. Anyway, go down there. There's some fucking crazy lady came ahead of you. Don't get talking to her. She, my God, screaming in my face. She was so loud.
Well, thank you for your hospitality and assistance.
Absolutely. Let the record show
Bless-
Danny Doyle is nothing but cooperative and assistive.
Yeah, blessings upon you and your house.
Nothing but respect for the Arkham police
government.
force and the church, I guess.
The church.
This is
Our Lady
bizarre.
of
And the
Perpetual
university?
Don't forget
Perpetuosity.
this ton of you. Go dogs.
I'm sorry, it's
Barks at
do
you,
it.
kicks open the trapdoor.
barks at
Yeah,
you.
down you go, I guess.
If you don't think that there's like a barking mechanism that goes with the Georgia Bulldogs, you are incorrect. There is.
Absolutely.
And I will not be participating in that at the moment.
So you all head down the trapdoor. It is a fairly hastily hewn basement. And you can see there's sort of about 15, 20 people kind of gathered around. Farther across, you would recognize quite a handful of these people. This is, from the looks of things, the vast majority are the desperate poor gathering to receive whatever blessing this is in secret. And you would immediately remember some of them mentioning to you kind of secret meetings. They couldn't remember where they were. The medicine had addled their mind. But this clearly must be, if nothing else, one of those sorts of meetings. And excuse me. You
All
see
these
there's
poor
kind of like
lost
a
souls.
soapbox in the middle of the room. And you see someone in kind of like a hooded robe steps up onto the box, holding a pocket watch in their hand. And they seem to be quite satisfied, and they slam the pocket watch shut, slide it into their pocket, and they light the lanterns. And you see a few other hooded figures start lighting lanterns around this small basement. And he, brothers, sisters, the downtrodden amongst you, plagues have descended among our fair city of Arkham. But worry not. The great man, Dr. Elias Blackwood, once researched something that could cure that which ails us. And whilst the good doctor was unable to continue his research, fear not, for another stepped up in his stead. Father Hume has heard your prayers. He has finished the research of the good doctor. The cure is here. The blessing among us. Those of you who are faithful may join us at the Blackwood Sanatorium. Join the ranks of the faithful. Disseminate our cure to Arkham. And when the people
Sorry.
hear of this cure... Yeah, sorry, we're not taking questions right now, yes?
Alright, well, I'll wait. It's okay.
Honestly, this is... Generally, people don't interrupt the sermon.
Well, I raised my hand.
Come on, so it said bring no questions.
Precisely on the flyer, it did say, bring no questions. I've lost my train of thought now.
I'm so sorry.
The good father continued the doctor's great research. And when the people of Arkham are enlightened, so too shall be the wider Massachusetts. And therefore, by extension, so too shall America. And once America, the greatest nation on this green earth, is so enlightened, so too shall be the world.
Callahan takes his hat off, puts it to his
Wow.
chest.
God bless America.
The dog agrees.
Yes. There's so many wild dogs around.
A dog.
Go dogs.
Oh my god.
Oh.
Oh, okay. Anyway. Right.
Cultists, what is your profession? Oh.
Oh, cultist. Oh no.
Fucking the 300 cultists of Arkham.
Miriam like leans into everybody else and is like, I think this might be a cult.
I do agree.
I promise you now it is... I don't know why I'm suddenly American. I promise you now this is not a cult. We simply follow the teachings of the Father and... Hello, Kitty. And
Oh, the father and Hello Kitty. All right. I'm
no, the miracles
Get me.
that he
Get me.
lays forth before us.
The father and the
Miracles that we see with our own eyes. So, should you wish to join his flock, make your way to the Blackwood Sanatorium, and we
Like
shall
right
receive
now?
you there with open arms. My God, woman! Are you down with the hysteria?
I thought you were done.
Money
Sorry.
clearly can't
Quite
buy manners.
hysterical. Is there anyone here who can perform a lobotomy?
God, I wish.
Lobotomy
My
van.
friend.
Does the doctor start
Awesome.
raising his hand? Yeah.
Some chloroform,
friend-
anything, really.
My friend Anne had a lobotomy, and I can say that she's feeling better than ever.
She's been on the cocaine too much.
Well, that is possible.
But yes, make your way. Thenceforth, descend beneath the sanitarium. I suppose I probably shouldn't have told you that, but if you are accepted by us, then they will tell you that. I said
right.
nothing. I was reading ahead in my notes.
All right, well, we'll see you there then. What was your name again? Father... Doctor...
That's
I've said
me.
too much. Goodbye.
That's a strange name.
Takes out a gun, shoots himself. No.
Whoa.
Oh,
I
dear.
must take my leave.
Ciao.
My name
Okay.
is not important. When I joined the flock and became the mouthpiece of Father Hume, I left my worldly tethers behind.
Okay, so that rings a bell.
Yes, so, a couple of things to note.
It's in my notes.
Yes. Dr. Blackwood would be known to Dr. Wentworth, a doctor who had been investigating similar miracle cures to yourself. He went quite mad before going missing. Detective, one of the first disappearances you started to look into was Dr. Elias Blackwood, who had been attending the Blackwood Sanatorium before suddenly going missing after a bout of insanity.
You got
Father
thrown the
Cross-
loony then.
Father Hume had been a man of the cloth, much like yourself. He journeyed to the South Pacific. The islands, the names of the islands are shaky. No one quite knew exactly where it was he was going, but he was going to spread the good word. And the rumors, you didn't quite see him after he returned, but the rumors were that when he had returned from his mission, everyone who had accompanied him didn't return with him, and he was not the same man that had left. He renounced the church and left in his own pursuits. Miriam,
Yes.
your great uncle was quite friendly with a man of the clergy, a man named Father Hume, and went on his expedition to the South Pacific Islands with Father Hume before disappearing.
Funny enough, Father Hume is the one that went with my great uncle on his travels to the South Pacific. You know?
Not that great if he didn't come back.
How dare you?
What?
He didn't come back though. He mysteriously disappeared with mysterious circumstances.
Yes. What old memories are stirred when I hear Hume's name? Because that's part of my story.
Yeah, I mean, so the main memory would be
Just-
that kind of the idea of you knew him before he'd departed on this venture.
Okay.
So more specific memories, absolutely up to you. Feel free to come up with
Okay.
whatever you want. But you would know he was a very, very, very devout man. When you were starting to kind of doubt some of the teachings through some of the evil you had seen, he was the one who had initially talked you back round.
Okay.
And you obviously were still kind of on that downward spiral, and when he then left, he was away for quite some time. He wasn't there to continue.
He left
but apparently,
me.
Father Hume, when he returned, was a much different man, renounced the church. You're not quite sure why someone so devout would have renounced the church.
Well,
Any
I'm
other specific memories,
extremely-
absolutely up to you. Probably very
Okay.
homoerotic, I'm sure.
I mean, yeah.
Many a homoerotic volleyball montage.
I mean, he restored my faith a couple ways, we'll say.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Alright, girl.
Eat it.
I had a sip of his holy water, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Alright.
He can,
Took a sip from his devil's cup.
right? He can crucify me any day. All right, let's go. I'm done.
Jesus, take
That was too far.
Lindsay.
I feel
He
weird.
was quite satanized when he returned. Quite
Heresy,
laicized.
blasphemy.
a new word I learned from that song. He was quite
Yeah,
laicized
right.
on his return.
Laicized.
Very
I do
apt.
learn new vocabulary.
But yes, if you want, you can head straight to the sanatorium. You can see some of the people are starting to leave. Some of them are kind of sticking around, asking if there is any miracle cure available for purchase, or anything similar. You see a couple of them do take note of you, Father Cross, and seem to kind of like avoid direct eye contact, like they're ashamed to be seen by you down here, but also a little bit of surprise that you are down here.
And I think the expression that Father Doctor, I mean, he's very, looks very thoughtful, like very lost in his own thoughts. And even now the doubt is eating at him. And I think that that's like apparent in his physicality and just the way that he's fiddling with things and moving and just like, you know, rubbing at his chin, and he's not really counting his rosary beads. He's just flipping through them. He's not saying the things. So I think that would be easily picked up by his lost flock members that are here. More seeds of doubt for them. I'm sure they didn't need that, but there they go.
Cool. So, off you fuck to the Blackwood Sanatorium. Cool. So, you make your way. I'm sorry, I had to.
It's your somebody did. We always do.
Yeah, exactly.
I was there with you, mate.
I can never remember as well. In these fucking adventures, in these scenarios, is it a sanatorium or a sanitarium? I can never remember what's what and what the correct word is, or whether they're just interchangeable. Or whether sanatorium is even a word.
I like it when you say it that way. So
Yeah,
Fair
I
enough.
think they're interchangeable.
Feels
so-
like probably the British way of saying it, let's be real.
yeah,
I feel
which
like one
makes it
American one's
feel
British.
makes it feel more fantastical
Classic.
for us boring Americans.
But yes, the road curves sharply into the woods of South Arkham, the only way of kind of reaching the Blackwood Sanitarium itself. You see these skeletal trees kind of leaning in towards this somewhat crumbling structure ahead of you, almost like they are witnesses to a long forgotten crime. The Blackwood Sanatorium rises from this low fog that seems to hang around these woods at the moment. It's almost like a mausoleum as it's framed by the fog. It's this broad Gothic edifice with these flaking white stone, rust-streaked features, windows so dark that they almost seem to have been painted over. You can see vines snaking up to the southern wall, clawing their way towards the west wing, which is shuttered. The doctor would, of course, know the west wing was abandoned since the fire 20 years ago.
Terrible accident.
There is a rusted
was it?
gate that is kind of half open and just creaking in the wind. And that is the only way into the sanatorium.
It is the way we shall go.
This is the way.
This is the way.
This is the way.
Indeed. Okay, you head inside. Or you head up to the sanatorium, I should say. There is kind of the main entrance itself, and of course the destroyed West Wing, which is it's not destroyed, it's heavily damaged, and it's been closed since the fire. A mysterious fire which happened in 1908. Yes, so, Dr. Wentwood, you would know. The sanatorium itself was known for its experimental treatments. Even at the time, many of them were considered quite unethical. There were whispers of occult experimentation going on within the West Wing before the fire. And certainly following the disappearance of one doctor who, one...
Which doctor?
One Dr. Elias Blackwood, who disappeared, reportedly, in 1911. Officially operated by the city, underfunded, rarely inspected.
The key headlines and highlights would be passed on to the rest of the gang. And Lawrence would make a joke about how they put the mental in experimental. I don't think the doctor would be in the mood to make puns. This place is spoken about somewhat openly in academic and medical science circles, but not usually for very long, not usually in great detail. Those that know about it, unfortunately, know about it rather well, and the less said about this place, the better. But if this is where we are being led, then let's hope there is every chance there are answers. There were strange, unnatural things that were said to have gone down here, but it was mostly dismissed as pish posh and tosh and all that other hoot nanny sort of words.
I would say as well, the doctor has potentially either knows about it or has potentially visited it in its prime. So you would know kind of the main areas to be this kind of main hall / reception area. There would be a records room of note or interest, the West Wing itself, and there would be Dr. Blackwood's office. Those were the only kind of areas that people generally cared about when they were visiting.
Yeah.
Of course, the West Wing being now condemned, and you can see, even from the outside, kind of charred beams, collapsed ceiling in some places. Certainly when you visited, the main areas had no hidden cults running around.
No, they were quite open with their cultishness
Yes.
and their cult-like behaviour. We could. I think perhaps the most sense would be made heading for Dr. Blackwood's office. I think we'd probably be wasting our time if we were to try around the reception. That's going to be the first place that people would look for things to steal and ransack.
Well, that makes sense.
You also get the sense as well. I mean, you've probably beaten most of the poor people here because they'd be going on foot. You went in a car. The reception's probably where, like, they're heading in to be greeted by whoever's going to take them somewhere else, but you might be able to get in ahead of this, do some snooping around first, and then either find your own way to wherever they're going or be led.
If we can avoid the crowds, all the better.
Oh, I agree.
Well, perhaps maybe if you kept your voice down a little bit, that would help us in this.
I was only speaking loudly because I was trying to relay information to you, but I will be very quiet.
It's the inbreeding. You can admit it. It's quite obvious.
Sorry, I don't know. Wait, what you're speaking about?
And the 6 toes.
I don't have a limb or 6 toes.
So you head in. I imagine Dr. Wentworth would probably still have a rough idea of where Dr. Blackwood's office was. Maybe he met with him once or twice.
Seems
Possibly an invitation to a much more reputable university and areas of study instead of sullying his name.
Go Wildcats.
The office itself is boarded shut, but it's still accessible. You could very easily, especially after having watched Father Cross in action, pry off some of the looser boards and either duck in or just take all the boards off and open the door.
Father Doctor, this looks like it's made for you.
We won't roll for it this time. You quite easily can pry them off. The office is musty. It's dusty. There are signs of what seems to be some sort of struggle in the room. Chairs knocked over. You can see scraps of kind of correspondence strewn around. Medical sketches. You can see kind of knocked over on the floor, kind of like it's fallen off an overturned table. There seems to be a book, like a small kind of journal-style book, and a fairly thick glass jar seems to have survived the impact. Quite dusty, but even through the dust you can see there's like a silhouette of some sort of object suspended in liquid. But you'd have to wipe the dust off to look closer.
I want to do that.
Okay. You stride on over to the glass jar, wipe the dust off. Are you lifting it up as well, or just wiping it on the floor?
I'll lift it and wipe.
Okay.
Lift and wipe. That
You
makes
lift
sense.
and wipe, and a genie pops out. The liquid inside very clearly seems to be some sort of like
front to back.
alcohol for preserving what is inside. Before we get into that, let's have a sanity check, please.
Yoo-hoo! All right. Want to use these 2 pink
There's
ones?
nothing Lindsay loves more than potentially going insane.
All right.
Insaner.
Insaner in the membraner.
I don't know why I'm checking. That's a 95. It's definitely a fail.
Oh, damn.
Hell yeah. What's your current sanity score?
Like a 65 or something. I think.
Cool.
Let me look. Oh. Yeah, 65.
Excellent.
And I think he's like vaguely humming a hymn, kind of like snippets of it as he's doing things.
So,
It's like a
we're gonna take
self-soothing.
some sanity damage, of course.
Y'all.
So you take 2 points of sanity damage. And
Come on, Mitch.
The action that I know, it's all like D6s, but this is creepy, but it's not insane. Just wait.
Okay.
But I still get to control an action, so you all watch as the father picks up this jar. Father Cross, as you peer into the jar, it is kind of suspended in this preserving alcohol, seems to be a fragment of flesh. And as you look closer and closer at it, the tissue of the flesh is still twitching.
Oh.
And you all watch as Father Cross starts to just absent-mindedly unscrew the lid of this jar, slowly reach in and just pulls out this fragment of flesh and is just holding it unnaturally close to his face, almost like, is he about to take a bite out of this, or is he just looking real close? And you can see it like twitching in his hand.
Father Cross, what are you doing?
I'm sorry, I don't know. What? I seem to have forgotten myself for a moment.
Indeed.
What's that in your hand? Seems like you took...
It appears to be a piece of flesh.
It does look like that, doesn't it?
Curious, Doctor, how could this still be fidgeting? And he's gonna like hold out the twitching piece of flesh to the doctor.
With a look of disgust. There are some creatures that are still able to wriggle and writhe and to it, depending on your definition, survive for short periods of time after being dissected or suffering a hemicorporectomy, cut in two. For those who don't have a high enough science skill, but this is not something I am aware of. This has been in here for some time. Dr. Blackwood disappeared.
1911.
I was just about to say 1911. Thank you very much. And it's approximately 17 years ago.
So they do have some sort of miracle substance then that is affecting flesh. They have to.
Is it a miracle or is it a curse? He asks poignantly.
Who can say? Who can say?
Camera crash zooms in on him. Dramatic sting.
There's like a muscle that twitches on the jaw of the father. Doubt
Everyone gets
continues
the little
to
crash
bubble.
zoom of showing everyone's shocked faces.
Honestly. Well, that's very strange indeed. Perhaps put it down for now.
Yeah, that could be vital evidence.
Perhaps just something we don't really want to touch.
Yeah, you can pop it back in the jar if you choose. Beyond that, there is kind of just like scraps of correspondence, medical sketches. There is that kind of like a journal or something that was on the table with the jar before the table got flipped from the looks of things. Signs of struggle before potential disappearance, as the detective would likely be wondering in his mind. Bloodstains, scratches, overturned table and chairs. Methinks he didn't just disappear. Something's afoot. But what? Elementary, dear Wentworth.
Want me to roll anything to investigate, or?
You can do if you want. If you want to just like investigate around, that will be. I need to just keep reminding myself of what skills we actually have. So just an investigation check. There's a couple of things you could probably do for this, depending on what sort of outcome you're looking for. You could, of course, intimidate the room. You could go for, I guess, psychology, spot hidden, maybe even a track to see, like, was there a struggle and he was dragged off somewhere?
Yeah, let's see.
But of
I think
course,
I tracked
that may have occurred 17 years ago, so
Oh, the crime scene seems a little untouched since then, so might as well try. Let's do a track. That is a 99.
Wow.
damn. Yeah. Been 17 years. Trail went cold, unfortunately. I will say, even in spite of that, there is, despite this room being boarded up, there is evidence of, like, not recent, but there has been some fairly heavy footfall following the boarding up. You can see it kind of in the dust, like people have looked through some of the medical records, some of the sketches, maybe not seen this journal discarded, or maybe just not thought it was useful. And of course left the jar behind as well. Good old Jar Jar.
Right. So I guess we should look around the rest of the room to see if there's anything significant besides the tracks in the jar.
Yeah, I mean, the most significant stuff you'd be able to find, no spot hidden needed or anything like that, would be sketches, and then whatever was on this table, so the jar, the book, and that's about it.
Any
really.
notes from his time? Because he was the one that. No, he wasn't. That was the other guy that went with my great uncle, right?
Father Hume
Yeah.
has
Some.
completed the doctor's research, apparently.
Right. So.
According to the orator. So Dr. Blackwood was researching, and then Father Hume, upon his return, enlightened, finished the good doctor's work. Now a man of science instead of church. Or perhaps not, considering he's still called Father Hume. Yeah. Sketches, books, torn correspondence. It looks like there were some other books that were here that have probably been taken somewhere else.
Could I take an idle flick through the sketches, just a cheeky perusal, just to see if
Yes.
there's anything that might, having looked at what Eleanor looks like, just on the off chance there's a,
Yes.
here's this weird, obscure disease.
A lot of kind of like sketches of some dissections, a lot of kind of like abnormalities in flesh. Oh, this is a page. Give me a spot hidden as you're kind of flicking through the sketches.
For sure. Our survey says.
Oh, no, 68. No, it's failed. Damn.
Okay. Yeah, so mostly the sketches are just kind of showing dissected body parts that he was investigating, strange abnormalities in organs, hearts, eyes, a lot of sketches of eyes, kind of what we would probably now refer to as kind of like cataract sketching. Back then, I don't know if they knew those existed, but that was kind of like the early signs of potentially what's happened to Eleanor's eyes as they're starting to kind of cataract, but then like go beyond that. As you saw, her flesh was almost like fossilizing.
Apparently, cataracts, we've been aware of them since around 2,500 BCE.
Cool.
Yeah.
So
Ancient Egyptians
cataract
knew about them.
sketches, notes about people kind of developing them after drinking. There would be some kind of strange symbols drawn around some of the later sketches. Feel free to attempt an occult check.
I think I'd happily hand this off to. I think he's aware that the Father Doctor is pretty au fait with the occult, and
Yeah.
Father, guide your expert opinion, if you don't mind. Some of these are not biological, they're not anatomical, they're not logical.
All right.
Yeah,
That
and then
is
beyond that, there is just that like small journal-looking book
got a
on the floor.
20, which
20.
is
Your occult
a. Ooh, I got a half good.
Hell yeah. You immediately start drawing some connections. The sideways eye that was on the glass bottle at the flat is almost like a very, very badly drawn version of what you're seeing here. This sideways eye that you see in these notes is used in a lot of places, in some religions as well, some of the more obscure ones, almost like a symbol of protection. It kind of seems like a lot of this eye symbology is repeated around these notes, almost like he has made these sketches of these horrific discoveries and then drawn this symbol to protect himself from what he's looking at. Or protect something worse happening, potentially. There are some other symbols as well, including a rather strange-looking star with an eye also at the center of it, which, with your half success, you would know to be the idea of like this elder sign, which again is another symbol of protection from this more occult, the great old ones and their offspring.
Okay. Does anybody have an ink pen or something?
Yeah.
All right. Well,
Then hands over.
sweet. The
My
father
biro.
doctor is going to draw the protection symbol. Like, where's a good spot? Where's he gonna draw it? You know what? He'll just unbutton his shirt and like draw it over his heart, as like see if it, because he's experimenting with different kinds of faith at this point, and maybe it helped and maybe it didn't. But if it didn't, then at least it's only affecting him.
Fair enough.
So,
You draw the elder
yeah.
sign over your heart.
It probably would be better if I could draw it, under my hair, but I don't have that sort of level of skill to protect my mind. But we'll see. We'll see where this goes.
Is there anything
Anyone else? Anybody else want to try? No, I'm kidding. He doesn't say that. Gives the pen back because it doesn't belong to him.
Anything anyone else wants to do in the office?
I'm trying to. I'm trying to see if there's any like notes or notebooks about the
Yes, so
journey.
About the journey.
Yeah, the one that if was there anything like found when Dr.
There
Hugh
wouldn't necessarily be in this office.
His office.
Because it was Father
Right.
Hume went on the journey,
Sorry.
not Dr. Blackwood.
Right.
Let me just double check. Just bear with. Just in case. Journal entry. Yes. So give me a spot hidden check.
Okay. Where is my? Oh my god, I'm losing it. Okay, spot hidden. 25. I gotta get a 25. I got a 51. I don't see nothing.
Okay. I mean, there's a few journals kind of strewn around, so you do find one initially. It was just more if you could spot anything hidden elsewhere within the pages. Let's just double check. This should be the correct one. It should be handout 1 journal entry, yes. Bear with while I try and remember what's going where. Handout 1. Discord. Mid-session chat. Boom. And I can also, because I'm super nice, do this. It's also entirely possible the dates may make no sense. Sometimes that happens when I do things without checking back my previous notes. But it says March 3rd, 1895. The patients, they do not heal. The lesions spread, the rigidity worsens. I believed this medicine to be a miracle. How foolish I was. Skin hardens like ancient clay, their eyes wide in eternal terror, unable to blink. Yet the most dreadful horror is this: they are still alive. March 8th, 1895, a visitor arrived today. Not a doctor, not a man. He watched the afflicted with an unnatural calm and murmured words I dare not transcribe. He called them chosen. He called their suffering ascension. March 12th, 1895. I hear the whispering at night below the floors. The chapel? No, below that. Beneath the stone and rotted beams. I shall not venture there, no matter what the voices promise. And the final lines of this journal entry are erratic. They are scrawled with shaking desperation. March 17th, 1895. I have seen it. The thing in the dark. The blessed one. The false life. I will burn this place before I join them. And, Miriam, can you
Yes.
give me a sanity check, please?
Sure.
Nearly said saving throw.
I heard that. I got a 1. Wait, I got a 10. Sorry.
10.
I forgot that when you get like a 10 on the dice, it's not like a 100. You gotta get the double zeros to get the 100, so it's just a 10. Straight 10.
Cool. So, sanity.
I am sane.
Yes. If you fail the roll, your mind is closed to the horror. If you pass the roll, if the result is equal to or less than your... Oh no, if you lose more than 5 or more sanity points, fine. So you didn't lose 5 or more sanity points, you only take 1 point of sanity damage.
Okie dokie.
There is no roll when you succeed the check. That's what I'd kept forgetting to do. So
Wait,
probably by this
is-
point, Lindsay would have taken like 5 more points across from the like 4 or 5 that she'd passed.
Wait, are the double zeros 100?
The
Yeah, it
double
Depends
zeros
if,
are
if you're
100.
rolling them together and it's double
Oh.
zero, 0.
Yeah,
then it's
that's
100.
100.
0 is 10.
Okay.
0 is 10.
This is why I use Avray.
This is
But
why
if
I
you
have
roll
a
a
die
double-
that rolls from 1 to 100.
If you roll the double zeros and then a number, then it's just that number.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
I thought so, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Otherwise,
So
you end
you're-
up with like 105, which is impossible.
Okay, that makes sense. I figured it's how it
Yeah.
worked.
That is what you read from this journal entry.
Interesting. I share that with everybody.
And this
as much
is a different kind of like set of entries to the book that was next to the glass jar.
Interesting. Ugh. Well, what are our next steps?
We were supposed to go down, but I wonder if instead we should try to finish the work of the first doctor and ensure that no one else can access whatever is beneath this place.
That makes sense.
You would get the sense at this point, having heard that journal entry, the mysterious circumstances of the fire in the West Wing are perhaps not so mysterious after all. Perhaps it was Dr. Blackwood? Yes, Dr.
Yes.
Blackwood.
That is
Trying
that
to
is what I'm
burn
thinking.
the whole place down. Yeah. There is, of course, still another journal here if you would like to read that one, or you can
Yeah,
just burn
I'll
the whole
grab the.
fucking place down, or you can head into the
Oops.
West Wing if you'd like.
Let's check the journal in case there's some information that might help the lady. I'll do that. What do you want me to
Handout
do?
4.
Handout 4.
Look at that, you got all 4 handouts now.
That means we won the game.
Yes, exactly.
Collect 4,
Cthulhu
yeah?
is called. He goes, hey!
Hey girl, hey!
God, I keep tabbing out to the wrong things. Right, handout 4. Discord. Sand,
Yeah, on the Discord.
obsidian.
Same shaky handwriting.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Oh my gosh. It's... There we go. Oh my gosh. Yes, the entire set of entries are written in very shaky handwriting. There are ink smudges, there are drops that could almost be mistaken for blood. And you read, 19th of October, 1928. Years after he supposedly disappeared. The bleeding quickens. It responds now not merely to the needle, but to the voice. I do not understand the syllables I speak, yet they come unbidden to my tongue. Ancient words from dreams I cannot recall upon waking. Tonight, it opened its eyes. Just for a moment, but the effect was profound. Brother Hammond convulsed and fell to the floor at the sight. His skin blistered as if burned from within. Sister Agnes wept tears of salt and spoke in riddles. I stood paralyzed, my mind not my own. The others say it's a blessing, a sign of our favor. Yet I know it now. We were never meant to see it, never meant to draw it forth. I hear it breathing beneath the floorboards even now. We have gone too far. May God forgive us, though I know he does not listen here. If ever there was a more classic sign-off to a Call of Cthulhu journal entry, may God forgive us, though I know he does not listen here.
Honestly.
So who's reading it?
Me.
Sanity check.
That's what Lindsay wanted to hear, honestly.
Yep.
Well, I got a 10.
Oh, 1 point of sanity.
Yeah.
damage.
Yeah. It's a 10.
Actually, wait, no, sorry, for this one, it's a d4 or a d6 if you fail. So you take still 1 point of sanity damage. I rolled a 1. Fuck me.
Okie dokie.
So yeah, your two options are leave, burn the place down, or investigate the West Wing, I suppose.
What
Given the
about
discussion.
where are we on time?
I
I'm
can go a little bit
hungry.
longer if other people can. There's only a little bit left of this. This is final stages.
Okay, I think I can make it.
Alright.
I think I can do it, but I am getting hungry for lunchtime.
Me too.
All right. You good, Lawrence?
I'm always good.
All right.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Go dogs.
Go dogs!
All right.
I wish Jay was here to hear that.
West
He'd be
Wing.
so happy. West Winging.
Yeah.
How are you?
Yeah.
I mean,
Okay.
are we? You tell us.
No, it sounded like she said we're swinging.
West
Oh.
Winging.
So,
Winging,
you
not
head over
swinging.
to
Okay.
the West Wing. There is still some time. You can see kind of through the windows, faintly, there are shapes of people starting to make their way up. But people aren't here to receive them yet. You make your way over to the burnt down West Wing. Yet again, boarded up doors, which is strange for a burnt down section, but with Father Cross's help, you pry the boards off quite easily. You open the door, and you can see a lot of the rubble seems to have been kind of cleared out to provide a path through to what Dr. Wentworth would remember there was once a chapel in the West Wing. Now it is burnt down, and you can see this path leads to a staircase that descends down beneath the floor of the sanatorium, which certainly was not here the last time Dr. Wentworth visited. Or if it was very well concealed. Presumably not now that it's burnt down. So, presumably, you descend.
Oh, yes.
How's everyone feeling as they enter the burnt down wing and they start to descend down this long, shadowy staircase?
I just riddled with confidence, obviously.
Yes.
I think Roy has his gun ready and he's a little shaky. He's not showing any emotion in front of the women. Woman.
The woman.
Lady. Singular.
So,
Sleep's catching up to me.
Oh no. Oh no, I'm EP.
So, beneath these kind of blackened beams and the scorched brick of this ruined West Wing, you descend below the warped hatch where the floor is buckled. It's this kind of narrow stairwell that spirals down into the dark. The air that rises to meet you is wet. It's thick with rot and something acrid like burning hair and old medicine. The stairs themselves descend far deeper than they should. The walls are stone, not foundation brick. They seem to be new, but also somehow ancient, hand-carved, bearing worn sigils and mosaic tiles too eroded to decipher. Some of them show faces, but none of the faces look remotely human. And at the bottom, there is a heavy wooden door, swollen with age. It opens into a cold chamber of flickering candlelight. There is a smell of blood and the sound of wet breath echoing from beyond this veil of shadow. You've kind of emerged into this antechamber. It's like a makeshift chapel lined with kind of warped pews, deteriorated medical chairs. You can see the walls have these kind of half-completed mosaics made from glass and bone from the looks of things. One of them seems to depict a godlike figure with snakes for limbs, no discernible face. There is an offering bowl at this makeshift altar. You can't quite see what's in it unless you obviously make your way over to it. And if you want, you can give me spot hidden checks to see if there's what's going on.
Spot hidden.
I told you guys one of my favorite
81.
D&D monsters is the Yonti.
Yes.
It's the type 2 with the snake arms.
It's a
I love that.
34. Fortunately, that's about it.
Yeah, I got an 81.
21.
21.
So that's 101, and that makes it
I got an 89. I did not pass.
I'm
21.
good.
I'm pretty
0.5. Good and a half. That's what I got.
Cool. You immediately, I mean, you've seen many a chapel in your time, Father Cross. And
Yeah.
there are certain elements that just stick out as bizarre as you're kind of making your way around. And you guys watch almost systematically. Father Cross walks up to like a tapestry hanging kind of haphazardly on the wall. And Father Cross, it's the sort of thing where you're like, well, if there's one here, there'd be one on the opposite wall as well for that kind of symmetry of the story that the tapestries tell. But there's only a tapestry on one wall, so what's hiding behind door number 1? You rip the tapestry off the wall, and you can see there is kind of like a hidden compartment with blood-stained ritual knives. You continue making your way around. Under the pews, there are cult robes. And as you kind of get closer to where that offering bowl is on the altar, there is like a false back almost to the altar itself with incomplete injection kits from the looks of things that are very likely used to administer the medicine. And then, of course, the offering bowl next to you now at the altar, should you wish to peer in.
Of course I do.
The offering bowl at the altar contains clotted, blackened blood and bits of teeth.
Oh.
Ew.
Nice.
Almost worse that it's bits of teeth and not whole teeth,
Yeah.
No, it's
was my thought when I was writing it. I'd much prefer to see a whole tooth than a bit of tooth, because that's weird.
I'd
Why is it a bit
rather-
of tooth? They're very hard to break.
I'd rather not see any of that. Okay.
Well, yeah, but like if I had to pick one, I'd rather a whole tooth, not like, oh damn, half a molar. Where's the other half?
Yeah. Ugh.
Guess that's fair.
Well.
But yes, there are some cult robes from the looks of things, some bloodstained ritual knives, some injection kits.
Well, this is.
Can I take a look at the injection kits to see if I can determine any possible cause for the need for them? Are they human medical? Are they veterinarian? That sort of thing.
Very clearly human medical. It's like they've basically been cannibalized from upstairs. It's like the people who are down here have gone, yes, we need some way of administering our cure-all medicine or anything similar to the believers, or perhaps using them to fill the vials that they then sell elsewhere. But like, the people that have put these kits together are clearly not doctors. They are haphazard. It seems like if someone was to be injected with one of these, it's 50-50 as to whether it's actually going to work full stop, or it's just going to jam up or just squirt out the side. It's not good. They are haphazard injection kits. If you were to use one of those on a patient, you'd be sued for negligence these days.
Is there a
But
chance
not
that
back then.
no, not in them days. Is there any chance that there might be any dregs of the cure-all left in one of the vials that could compare to the bottle that we've nicked from earlier?
Yes, it is exactly the same.
Oh, well,
Just
it seems that
slightly fresher.
It seems that we might be in the right direction. At least these two appear the same, and I'll hold it out for anybody else to have a look at. Make sure, like, good light, and what do we think? This all looks a bit goopy.
The goopy.
Goopy. Goopy's not good.
I would say as well, now that you're kind of at the altar, Father Cross, you would hear through a door that's just kind of a bit further beyond, very faint sounds of chanting.
Uh-oh.
Okay. I'm assuming it's some odd language that's not Latin, because it's been referenced in the journals and stuff.
And
It's
quite
some,
clearly multiple people as well.
Okay, well, I'm not sure. Officer Callahan, if you don't mind offering your advice here, do we fight? Do we stop? Do we go get backup? How does this work with cults and stopping them? And surely this has to be
I got my trusty 39.
has to be at least as illegal as
actually.
bootlegging. We do. What's the call?
I feel like cults are more illegal than bootlegging.
That's what I'm thinking. They have to
Hey,
be.
don't be so close-minded. We have freedom of religion for a reason.
Right, but, well, I guess that's fair.
Oh, well. All right. Let me see. I think.
Does everyone have a
Can I
gun
do a
out at this
law?
point? Who has one, by the way, or are you all just watching
Oh,
the
I've got
detective
my-
with his gun?
I've got my gun out.
Can I do a law check?
Sure. Because
Might
it's
as
got to be
well,
said,
right?
I think one of my favorite parts about Miriam Leclerc is the fact that she has a small clutch purse with a small, elegant derringer hidden.
I do.
So as you guys descend,
Yeah,
the
senorita
detective
pistol.
pulls out his gun and she just opens up her purse and pulls out a small derringer.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not much bigger than the Derringer. It's only a 38 snub nose.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but a snub nose is a choice.
Yeah.
What was the
So
law
it's a
check?
32. 32 out of 50.
Cool. It's definitely a lot more illegal, probably, to be part of a strange potential murder cult than a bootlegging operation.
There's nothing wrong with being in a cult. So probably the murdering part
Yes.
is probably the distributing illegal material.
And the human experimentation, from the sounds of things.
Yeah, that one sounds real bad, huh?
Do we?
I mean, honestly, I feel like if we take this, I feel like we've collected enough evidence that we take this to the proper authorities. Like, we can probably get them shut down in like a couple, like maybe after a year or two of long, arduous trials to the court system.
What? Wait a minute. We can't
Or-
wait a year. They're going to kill people today.
Oh, we could just burn the place down. Arson's very hard to
Well,
pin on someone because all the evidence gets burned up. You see.
I mean, you're burning down something that's already been burned down, right?
Burning down the house.
Yeah, well, it's like charcoal.
Perhaps we could disrupt whatever ritual they're performing, try to save who we can save, and stop whatever the hymn that was referenced in the journal
Perhaps.
is. I assume it's
Chapel of
Satan
Ritual.
himself. We must
Sign of
stop
dead
Satan.
Human sacrifice.
It must be stopped.
I say we stop it.
I say we also stop it.
As three of you
Yes.
pull out guns and one of you just clutches your stick.
And my crucifix, I have it, ready.
Yes.
And my Bible is somewhere. I don't. Maybe he
Shame
wears it
about
on his
Tommy
back
coming
like a.
home.
Wears it on his back like a turtle.
Oh,
It did make me
God.
laugh that Steph was considering the reporter, and then when you were talking about gathering a bunch of evidence to take back with you, the reporter has a camera. Is the only person in this game with a camera.
Man.
But then we would have had to walk here.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Walking.
You also
Yeah,
would have had
fuck
to
walk.
spend like an hour setting up the camera because it's a proper old time
And hold a
sound
little
camera.
flash.
Everybody move.
Everybody hold still.
You head further into the chapel through this second door, and it is a scene in front of you. You step in. The air itself at this point is almost like gelatinous with the humidity of this room.
Ew.
As you step in,
Gelatinous?
That's the
At
worst
the
description of
center
air
of the
I've ever
room.
heard.
at the center of the room is this enormous, half-fossilized, semi-living creature from the looks of things, pulsing faintly as if it's breathing through stone. It is chained, suspended from the ceiling. You see these strange, crude IV lines that are just drawing some sort of ichor from the creature into glass vials around it. And you can see hooded figures surrounding this creature, just chanting in a strange language, their hands gesturing towards the creature itself. You can see, and I would say, Father Hume, there is a glimmer of recognition in your eye, but what stands before you, writhing veins beneath his skin, his pupils are slitted like a reptile's. One arm almost seems to writhe like a snake, even though it's still a human arm and hand. Father Hume, one arm upstretched towards this strange creature. Now, my children, you may feel this petrification among you, but I promise you, it is but the first step towards ascension. I myself was petrified, fossilized, and this creature, this emissary, Gatanathoa himself, brought me forth from the stone, renewed. Believe as I have, and you watch as he draws a hand down to his belt, draws a revolver, and shoots himself in the head.
Oh my
Crumples to the
God.
floor. The chant picks up even louder. The creature starts to writhe. More of this ichor starts to draw through the tubes. And then you hear from the floor, believe, and you too shall be free of mortal ken. As Father Hume steps back up, you see the bullet slowly drops from his forehead. I have ascended beyond mortal flesh until our Lord is destroyed. You cannot be destroyed, and our Lord is eternal. And I would like everyone to immediately give me a sanity check, please, watching someone come back from the dead, seeing this creature chained to the ceiling. Even if you pass, you will still take a d6 of sanity damage.
I got a 29.
Cool. So,
So
you
I
take a
pass.
d6. I'm just going to roll the same d6 for everyone who passes and the same d10 for everyone who fails.
I'll take a 10, please.
Me too.
All right.
Ugh, so for everyone who
I
passes, you
will-
take 1 point.
Losers.
Great.
Let's see. But you must spend 16 points so I can pass.
And for everyone who fails, it's a 6.
I mean, I think that's pretty good. 16 points is not bad, honestly. Yes, I mean, what are you gonna do? You're gonna hold on to those points forever? You can't do that. I mean, you could, I guess, but
Invest it
so
wisely in the
for
stock market.
everyone
Yeah,
who's just
so-
lost 6
Oh, yeah.
needs to roll equal to or less than their intelligence, please.
Okay.
take it to pass, take it to pass, Badger, pass.
Oh wait, no. Wait.
I rolled higher than my intelligence.
So you fail.
Yeah.
Lindsay's so excited about this.
Well, I can't remember. Like last time, it was you.
Equal to or less than. Oh yes,
if you pass, you
roll. This
fail,
fucking thing
but
makes
the-
no sense to me. It's
Okay.
the other way around, isn't it?
So I
If the
spent
result is equal to or
16
less
to
than their
pass.
intelligence, they fully understand and go insane. If they fail the roll, their mind is closed and they remain sane for now. Fine. So if you
I mean,
fail the
Yeah,
roll,
see,
you're
so
sane.
failing sucks. Winning, you get fun things.
So my intelligence is 75. I rolled a 22, so I'm good. Yes.
Yeah. Well, no, now you've got to do the thing because you understand what happened.
Yes.
All right.
Lucky.
I rolled a 53 out of 65.
Is that for your intelligence?
Yes.
Wait, did you did you spend the money to pass or no? Or the luck?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, then you don't have to roll to the intelligence, right?
Oh.
Yeah. So if you pass, you only take. What was it? It was 1 point of damage, I think, on the
Yeah.
d6.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sanity.
Oh, never mind then.
So
Yeah, you good.
everyone who failed, which I
Roy's
think
like,
was just
"It's
Dr.
probably a
Wentworth,
blank."
goes temporarily insane.
It's probably a blank.
I've seen
can
the
add a
catch bullets in the
phobia
teeth
or a
at the
mania.
circus.
What? People catching bullets in their teeth? That's wild.
Yep, they spit the
It
bullet
was
out just like
directly
that.
in the forehead.
Oh my
Or I guess like under
goodness.
the chin and then out of his head. So,
Must have been through the teeth.
Dr. Wentworth, roll a d10 for your bout of madness first.
Oh, if I must. So he says
That's part of the
7.
game.
7. Is that another flee in panic? For fuck's sake.
I'll re-roll. Let's mix it up. It's a one shot. It's all good.
Yeah.
And this time, 6. Hang on, one second. I've got a cat scream.
6.
6.
He faints for 2 rounds.
For how many
um,
rounds?
2.
Oh, that's funny.
And he also. Would you prefer a phobia or a mania? Having
I can't
fainted
tell
off
you
screen.
afflicted.
Let's try. Tell you what, odds is phobia. Oh no. Odds is phobia. That is a phobia, please, for a 3.
A phobia.
Can I get a full on like swoon? Like,
Yes.
oh, my sensibilities.
Not your
6.
sensibilities.
You have necrophobia, fear of dead things. I was really hoping you'd get fear of books.
That'd be pretty nasty.
That would be funny.
Like the bottle of human blood is probably like, hot potato right now. Just
There is also a fear of blood on this table, which is quite fun. But yes, very scared of this man who just rose up from death.
I fainted, so it's fine.
So I would say you probably have the moment while he's fainted where you can potentially do something or plan something before you are noticed by the cult, who are deep in worship of what's just happened. I don't know if all of you have seen that video, but I love it. There's a really stupid animation of people doing head butting the shit out of each other. They're basically doing that. Those of you who
what are we
haven't seen
gonna
it, I'll
do?
dig it up.
We've got to do something.
As his
Don't
snake
we?
arm is just... And his eyes blink sideways.
Well,
Well, go ahead and shoot him.
Yeah.
He can't do that. Shoot him or something.
What? To shoot the thing. And
Yes, shoot the monster. He
So
said if it
this-
died.
we'll go hit.
Creature.
I want to hit the creature. One of the things
Yeah,
on the
it's this-
creature. The vein. The
Bloated,
Tentacle.
vaguely humanoid horror. No eyes, a mouth filled with writhing tendrils. Very clearly, its blood is this miracle medicine, this kind of red gold ichor that pulses like molten wax. You see as it kind of hits the vials and cools, starts to turn red. The gold sheen kind of losing its shimmer. Are you shooting at, did you say like the pipes or the creature?
I mean, I don't have a gun, so I would just
Yes.
be hitting them with my whacking stick.
Well, I'm gonna shoot at the creature
Okay.
with
I would like
my
to as well.
gun. And my shooting
so
is
you will need to roll a skill check, which with your Derringer is a 20, and your trusty 39, 38, whatever it is a 65 with your service revolver.
wait. My elegant Derringer says 40.
What? It says 20. Am I looking
It
at the wrong
says-
person? Oh, it does, yes.
don't-
I was looking at the
Oh
wrong
my
person.
god! I was about to
I was looking
have
at
a
Harold
very-
Wentworth, who also has a Derringer, and only a 20.
Oh, wow. 20s.
But his is a 22, not quite as elegant.
Mine, I got a 97, and I'm not
97,
gonna
fuck.
spend the. Well,
What are
I
the
do
detective gets,
have a
sorry?
lot of luck points.
Run that luck. What could
on.
possibly go wrong?
Do
Sonic?
it.
Hold on, I gotta do. I need to make sure I have enough.
What did the detective get with his revolver?
57 out of 65.
57, cool.
Yes.
Oh, you guys, that's like almost all my luck. I will not be doing that.
You watch as he just levels the revolver. What are you shooting at? The creature, the pipes, or the tubes, whatever they are?
Ooh,
The priest.
why were we shooting at the pipes again? What were in the pipes that they get?
So they are like attached to the creature and drawing blood out of it into the vials, which is the medicine.
Yes. I would shoot the pipes.
There is also a lot of like candles and gas / fire lamps around, so you could also shoot at those if you wanted to, or you can go straight for the creature.
I'm gonna say the pipes first.
Okay. So just trying to
So-
basically like disable them.
Yes. Trying to disable the machinery that's doing
yeah.
this.
Sherry.
And bring
So
it
they're
into it.
kind of like in on each side. So basically, the ideal outcome would have been if both of you had hit, you both kind of do it. But on the left side, Detective Callahan fires off a shot, and you watch as it just rips through all these tubes. The creature starts screaming and writhing. The cult all start losing their shit. They all turn and look, and Father Hume turns to look at you all. The blood drying on his face, he just kind of wipes it off. You see the hole in his head start to close up.
Ew.
And he... Unfaithful. Here. To ruin our plans. You cannot defeat what is in motion. I thought better of you, Father Cross. Have you never thought it weird that your name is Father Cross and you are a man of the church? I've only just clicked.
Well, I was adopted by the church as an infant, so, you know.
They gave me
makes
this
sense.
name.
They were very angry about it. That's such a
well, you know,
British joke.
one
Fuck
of
me.
the nuns, she was like, I guess this is my cross to bear, and, you know, there we go.
Oh goodness, what a
Just happens.
He kind of raises his hands up towards you, the snake one just writhing, And we assemble here to drink pure the blood of our scion. It gives us visions and power. You cannot beat the Blessed One. He is eternal. We who have consumed his blood are eternal. So tell me, what do you hope to achieve right here, right now, before the Blessed One?
Well, I want to know what you did with my great uncle, honestly.
And who would that be?
Oh, God. You're not the right guy, are you? You're the other guy. Damn.
No, I am Father Hume who went with him, but
Oh.
I've met a
Yes,
lot
the
of great
story guy.
uncles in my time.
Some
I'm
fantastic uncles out there.
I'm Miriam LeClaire. Who the fuck are you?
Ah, great uncle Leclerc, I know him. Ah, yes.
I don't know what his name was. It wasn't on my sheet. It just says,
You can
your
make it
great
up.
uncle.
It's
John.
John Leclerc, yes, I knew
John
him well.
LeClaire.
Ah. Jonathan, yes.
Yes.
It was he who first brought my attention to Gutanathor. He brought the idol to me, informed me of the islands, and we journeyed. We found where our scion had crashed from the stars. And unfortunately, a sacrifice had to be made to please our scion.
You sacrificed my great uncle.
Yes, that is what I was alluding to.
Ugh.
Rather, he sacrificed himself and was not worthy to return.
I don't think he would have done that.
You thought wrong, bitch. Get out of my church.
Goodbye.
I think Jonathan is just gonna start like slamming his stick into the vat thing holding the monster thing, just trying to like bust it.
So it's like
If-
suspended from the ceiling by chains.
Oh,
So that
well,
they
then
can
he's still
basically,
gonna hit
they've
it like a
suspended it and they are
fucking pinata.
draining blood. Okay.
And he's just gonna by the name of the Father, thwack, Son, thwack, Holy Ghost, thwack. I call upon our Lord
No,
to
stop
save
it.
us.
Stop that. Stop it.
So
Yeah, with your sturdy walking stick, which you're as good as your brawl, which is
Yeah.
pretty funny.
yeah, let's see.
Oh my god, your brawl is as good as the detective. Clearly not the only boxer in this group. About to catch these fucking holy hands, bitch.
All right.
Yes, so
Roll.
your sturdy walking stick is a 25.
I got a 55, so I missed.
Just swinging and hitting and not really doing any damage.
Yeah, he's a little guy. He's a little guy. But he's just screaming about God and salvation, and even if we die down here in the dark, the Lord will take notice of one of his of this abomination, yada yada yada,
Yes. So at this point,
so on and so forth.
cult will likely begin advancing on you. So you have a few options. You can try and stay and fight. You can try and run, cause some sort of distraction, and potentially burn the building down, as was one of your original plans. If you stay and fight, I will hand wave it and we'll try and do like a roll or two as like a summary of the outcome of the fight. And on a good roll, it's a good outcome for you. On a bad roll, it's a bad outcome for you. Instead of playing out the entire fight at this point.
I like to die in one shot, so if you guys want to try to get your characters out, I'm happy to like be the distraction. It's fun for me. But if you want to all stay and fight and die together, that's cool too.
I'm happy to do the roll to see if it's a good or bad outcome. I mean, might as well. What do you
Might as
think,
well.
Ethan? Yeah.
Yeah. Buckle ball.
Let's go.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so what's the plan, sorry?
Little guy's gonna distract while they get out and try to burn this shit down, I think, right?
Or
you
did
fighting?
you want to stay and fight?
Oh, you're staying and fighting. That's what you meant by roll it out. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I misunderstood. We're fighting. We're going down.
I'm going down,
Okay.
down.
Down, down.
In that case, we will do it as basically a contested roll, I'll say. So, who is going to roll on behalf of you guys for the outcome of this fight? And I will
I
roll
vote-
on behalf.
The guest.
Yeah. Oh, Lawrence.
Oh snap!
It's you. I
pressure.
already said it's you.
Who's doing it?
Oh,
You're doing it.
Oh,
Do you
snap.
100, yeah?
Yeah.
But you can say you're doing it under duress or whatever.
Oh, okay, it's fine. Yes,
Yeah.
I'm doing it under duress or whatever. Yes. Shakily going to draw out his gun and just like close his eyes and hope for the best. And it's ooh. Yeah, I don't know what I expected as I
So-
draw out these last few moments.
Before he says anything, so that people can't accuse me of fudging any rolls, before anyone says anything, I rolled a 28. What did you roll?
I rolled a 48.
So, unfortunately, with Call of Cthulhu, low is good.
Yeah.
So, the cultists start to swarm and overwhelm you. They draw out these ritual knives. I will leave it to each of you. We'll go in reverse order this time from what we did for the intro. So, Roy Callahan, what is his fate? Do you think he tries to escape, dies, fights to the death, joins them, goes insane and dies?
I think Roy goes down fighting.
I think I
You
have
probably-
some fight music.
I think he gives them as good as he got, though. I think in the end, he probably yells something like, well, at least it's not bootleggers, and then just gets stabbed to death, probably.
Amazing. Steph, what is the
Yeah,
fate of Miriam Leclerc?
She goes for the big guy that was like talking smack about her uncle. I think that she's gonna like that's her great uncle. That was her guy. She's been researching it. Now she found it and she's blinded by rage. And she's just gonna go. Like she takes off the shoes, the heels are off, and she's just
Damn.
gonna run for him and just go ham, try to get him with the Derringer. I mean, of course, she reloads the Derringer first, which probably takes like 25 minutes, and then she goes for him. And she probably doesn't, I don't know, maybe she makes it to get her hands on him, but like, probably gets killed by cultists, like, as she's doing.
I'm choosing to picture it as like that kind of classic. I don't know if anyone's played any of the like Call of Cthulhu games or anything like the video games, but just that classic scenario where someone ends up charging the main evil guy and they manage to get there and they fire off a couple of shots and you're like, yeah, I've got him. And then he does the classic, comes back, just grabs Miriam and just starts violently killing her.
Yeah.
with his snake
Yeah.
arm.
Perfect. That's what I wanted. Honestly, what I wanted for her.
Probably a little bit of dismemberment, a little bit of
That's
stabbing.
good.
Who knows?
I like it.
Snake arm just wraps around, strangles her a bit. Kind of kinky. She's into it. Harold Wentworth,
she's dead.
Lawrence.
I think seeing the horrific end that the others have met, I think
Roy
the
in the
shaky-handed
background.
gun, it points out, and what he's got a 22 Derringer, quite nice. Just sort of like a tear rolls down his cheek as he says, "Eleanor, Forgive me. As he just does the old under the chin and good night.
Dan takes
Yeah.
himself out.
Oh, goodness.
I just
And-
like. Did you just see what
Love it.
happened to
Yeah,
the last bitch?
that's
Yeah.
that's fair.
He's watching one of them get slapped about by a snake arm, the other one's being swarmed by cultists and stabbed while shooting them all. Jonathan Cross, what are you doing in the name of the Father?
All right, yeah. Jonathan is still trying to hit this creature thing with his walking stick, and some portion of this monster ends up wrapping around him and lifting him up off of the ground towards it, and he's screaming, and the camera pans down to where it's just like his feet dangling there, and they shake, and then they go still, and then his body drops to the ground, and the camera starts to pull back, and we see that everybody's dead. They're just sort of doing their thing, and then it'll cut real fast to his face, and his eyes will open, and one of them will be all like super cataracty, and like the gray shit's already starting to like rapidly grow across his face. And we'll roll
Fucking
credits.
amazing.
That's pretty damn
No
cool.
notes.
That's pretty
Straight
cool.
to
No
credits.
notes.
That's it. Fade to black.
Amazing. Yeah, I mean, I had some stuff, but nothing as good as that. I love it. I'm very happy to end on that, as you all perish, seemingly, with the exception of Jonathan Cross, around the altar of fused, fossilized corpses, those who have come before you, as Father Hume, now cup in hand, catching the spilling blood of this creature. Alas, they were not all worthy of the blessing. And with that, we will end The Blessed and the Petrified. I hope you all enjoyed.
Woohoo, we
Very
did.
much. Woo!
Thank
I
you.
had great fun. Thank you very much, Lawrence, for joining
No.
us. I'm going to remove
No.
the sepia filter now before I forget, and the next D&D session is just super
Oh
sepia.
yes. Super sepia.
Yeah, thanks, Lawrence. Big love.
No, thank you for having me, folks.
Yeah.
It has been fun and it's been far too long.
It
Yes,
has been. You'll have to come
And of
back and
course-
join us again.
Oh,
Yeah.
of course.
only me wasting all
Thanks
your
to
time.
our regulars for being our
Indeed,
regulars.
thank you, everyone.
And making this pretty awesome. Although you
Yeah.
spent so fucking long in the house at the start, oh my god.
Yeah,
We
guys
really
are-
did.
There's your sense
We
of
were just-
pacing, guys. Ugh.
We were making sure.
Zero
No,
sense
absolutely.
of pacing.
I took handout 1 and moved it because everyone just left Eleanor's room and then fucked off.
Well, she was scary.
Yeah.
I know. That's true. But yes, we will see you all next time for potentially Sands of Sildaris, although I think it's next session Steph can't make.
I can't make it next session, so we're supposed to ask if everyone
shall
can do a
see.
different date. So
Either that or we will potentially do something else instead.
I can run
Maybe
a thing.
we'll run this again for Maywood, and let's be real.
yes.
Ethan and Lindsay will probably have forgotten.
Maybe.
And we'll get
Play different
Joshua in.
characters.
Yeah.
This time we speedrun, like going crazy.
We're all
Yeah,
crippled with
he's-
ADHD. We'll all have forgotten what happened by then.
I honestly should have spent those luck points.
Cool. We will see you all hopefully next time. Goodbye.
Alrighty.
Pleasure.
Bye-bye.
Take care.